Good evening, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the El Monte Union High School District for July 15th, 2020. Dr. Zuniga, if you will take roll call at this time.
Yes, thank you, President Briones. Good afternoon, everyone. President, Mr. Briones.
Present.
Vice President, Ms. Morgan.
Here.
Clerk, Mr. Salcedo.
Here.
Member, Mr. Diaz.
Present.
Member, Mr. Padilla.
Here.
All present.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Mrs. Morgan, would you like to lead us in the flag salute?
Sure. Can you all please stand and join me in the flag salute? Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. At this time, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mrs. Morgan, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
Ms. Morgan.
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Vote 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, we're going to be moving on to public comments. There are a significant number of public comments that have been submitted by members of the community today. We will be limiting the length of the responses to 3 minutes, or because they are written, to about 450 words. If the messages are duplicates of messages that have already been submitted, I will provide a summary, but we will include each response in the minutes of the next meeting for approval as part of the official record. So first public comment tonight comes from Mr. Corey Olson, a teacher at El Monte High School. Good evening, members of the board and all members of the El Monte and El Monte Union High School District community. I stand in support with my colleagues against the reopening of schools in our district, EMUHSD, in person. My reasons are simple, despite that I do not see an ideal solution or situation for us. The question is simply, what is more important, education or life? I am in the life camp, though I hold education in very high regard. No one, not one person, teacher, parent, child, administrator, paraprofessional, or maintenance personnel should die due to education policy. We also jeopardize each of our community's family members' lives if we make the mistake of reopening school in person. Even measures to create distancing in the classroom and sanitize between periods are not really safe. What about the halls, bathrooms, etc.? So many more things. We can teach from home, and while the distance learning is new, poses tremendous challenges and is not ideal, we must value life first. The board and public should also know that since surveys went out, things have changed quite dramatically. COVID cases have risen once again, and the state of California has effectively shut down business again to help prevent more illness and death. The more we learn, the more dangerous we find out this virus to be. That said, domestic violence and other issues under quarantine are posting new records or dramatic increases, to say the least. We must also do whatever we can to help keep our children and their families, as well as our entire learning and teaching community, safe. This is a no-brainer, despite what our current federal administration and National Education Department Secretary Betsy DeVos advocates. They may well be politicizing what is a social and healthcare matter. Furthermore, pressure to implement a protocol for sanitation is too soon, utterly impossible, and thus unsafe for us all. We need only look to policies in states such as Arizona and Florida, which have caused COVID to resurge, death or severe illness dramatically risen again, and the USA to have failed perhaps worse than any other developed world country in the fight against COVID. I trust you will do the right thing and keep us all safe. We will in return provide the district with the best teaching we can under any safe or life circumstances. Thank you, Corey. Sincerely, Corey Olson, English teacher, El Monte High School. Next comment comes from Mr. Michael Weller, teacher at Mountain View High School. I'm writing to urge you to approve a 100% distance learning schedule for the opening of fall 2020. I'm not writing this in criticism of the reopening task force that has recommended a hybrid model for fall 2020. On the contrary, I believe the task force has been diligent in its efforts to plan for a safe reopening under circumstances of unprecedented difficulty. I also believe that the task force has worked in good faith to prioritize safety based on the evidence available at the time. The model they have proposed may well work for reopening the campuses at a later date. However, recent events and scientific findings, as well as other relevant data, have convinced me that it is not safe yet for us to reopen, even with the precautions described by the task force's recommendations. Specifically, I refer to the spike in COVID cases with a high rate of cases in El Monte in particular and LA County as a whole. Research that indicates while small children have low susceptibility to infection, the risk of infection increases with age and therefore puts our teenage students and as a result, their families at greater risk of infection than their K-8 counterparts. Recent evidence that COVID-19 can remain airborne for some time, especially in an indoor setting. The decisions by Los Angeles, San Diego, Pasadena, and Santa Ana districts to start fall 2020 with 100% online learning and the recent closures mandated by the governor. The pandemic is quite frankly not under control, and it is not time for us to return to campus yet. The pre-pandemic full-time in-person model is certainly the best way to serve our students under normal circumstances. However, at the moment, I believe that it would be paradoxically less effective to reopen with the hybrid model than with 100% distance learning. This is because the hybrid approach requires a set of safety protocols that will be unfamiliar to us. We will need to learn these protocols, of course, and implement them well. The stakes are incredibly high if we return to campus before vaccine or treatment is available for COVID-19. Teachers and staff will, of course, do whatever it takes to protect our students. But the fact is, despite our eagerness to return to campus, to return to normal, these are not normal times, and teachers are not superhuman. We have only so much energy, so much emotional and mental bandwidth, and only so much time in the day. And when we're asked to focus on something other than instruction, instruction will simply not be as effective as it would be if it were our sole focus. I believe it would be better at this point from an instructional as well as safety standpoint to spend the next month focusing on preparation for 100% online fall 2020 opening. This would allow teachers to focus exclusively on providing high quality digital instruction without having to learn to adapt to safety protocols at the same time. Later lifetime reopening safety protocols will be easier for us to master because having already gained significantly more experience with instruction and digital learning environments, we will need less energy and focus to create new high quality instruction for our students. So I'm not asking that you reject the task force's recommendations entirely. I am only asking that you delay its implementation until a later, safer time. By opening the semester in August with a 100% online format, we can maximize both safety and instructional quality for our students. That was again Michael Weller, teacher, Mountain View High School. Next comment comes from Nick Kunka from Arroyo High School. I'm strongly opposed to the reopening of school with in-person instruction in any form next month. The data does not suggest such a reopening would be safe, even with the few details for staff and student safety that have been shared with us to date. California's case count continues to climb, and we now have one of the worst outbreaks in the country. We do not have the virus under control. Even with relatively strict measures, the state has to put in place to limit its spread. El Monte has the sixth highest case count in Los Angeles County, 2,095 cases in our small community as of July 13th out of over 150 cities and regions tracked by the LA Times. Testing delays are mounting as the number of cases grow, making isolating cases on campus in a timely fashion an impossible task, no matter how diligently and decisively we act upon learning that a student or a member of their household has tested positive. Isolating or quarantining cohorts and exposed staff members will result in disruptions to education that are more severe than any distance learning program would be, and these disruptions will happen weekly. The plan for in-person instruction is simply untenable in the long run, and we will inevitably hit a point where we must dismiss again and revert to distance learning. We won't reduce climbing case counts by increasing vectors for transmission of the disease. We have the infrastructure to put together a robust distance learning program with accountability for staff and students so we can deliver daily rigorous live instruction as the state has asked. We have the tools necessary to mitigate risk completely, and yet we're contemplating a risky option to the health of our community that will deliver marginal benefits of our distance learning program at best. How is a condensed 9-week term superior to a full semester of instruction at a distance? For review or makeups when students have had previous exposure to content and skills, perhaps. But if we're teaching new skills and new content, there is no way that 9 weeks of instruction will lead to meaningful growth for students, especially if instruction is interrupted by efforts to trace and isolate cases to mitigate exposure for exposure, which could take teachers and students out of the classroom on a regular basis. Other districts, such as Chaffey and San Bernardino, that has less than 1/6 the number of cases as our county, San Diego and LAUSD, are starting the year with distance education until state data shows a downward trend in new cases. Why shouldn't we also? There is no barrier in our ability to do so right now. I believe we should be spending what little time we have left learning from our missteps in the spring and communicating expectations for an effective distance program to parents and students, training staff, and taking care of any technological requirements we've learned exist from our experience. Again, Nick Kunka from Arroyo High School. Just bear with me, I have to increase the type size of some of these. So my eyes are getting old and weary. Next response is from Mrs. Sara Quesada from El Monte High School. First and foremost, I applaud the efforts of Dr. Zuniga, the Board of Trustees, and our union leadership to collectively develop a plan for reopening our schools under the constantly shifting conditions brought on by COVID-19. While we are all anxious to get back to the classroom and foster that human connection that nurtures a thriving, safe, supportive, and healthy learning environment, we must take into account the risks that even a hybrid schedule would pose. According to the County of Los Angeles Public Health Office, as of today, the city of El Monte has one of the highest number of COVID-19 positive cases, 2,244 out of 115,508 residents. South El Monte has 398 out of 20,837. These statistics represent a higher concentration of COVID-19 than other cities. In El Monte, the percentage is 1.94%, and in South El Monte, it is 1.91%. Comparing this data with that of other cities in LA County, Rosemead is 396 out of 54,186, or 0.7%. Pasadena is 1,544 out of 141,695, or 1%. And Long Beach is 5,616 out of 463,218, or 1.2%. Sheds light on the increased concentration of COVID-19 cases and subsequently higher risk of spread should we return to some type of in-person instruction, with the exception of Rosemead High School. For this reason, I urge you to follow the lead of LAUSD, Long Beach School District, the UCs, CSUs, and community colleges to resume instruction via distance learning for the fall semester. Unlike the current administration in DC, we must rely on facts rooted in science and math to make informed decisions. It would be irresponsible, if not immoral, to put the lives of our students, staff, and community at greater risk if we have viable options. I know there will be challenges to overcome and mistakes to correct with distance learning, but it is a small price to keep our community safe. No students, community members, or staff should put their life at risk by reopening schools too soon. It is imperative that you vote on continuing distance learning for fall semester. Again, Sara Quesada, teacher at El Monte High School. Next up, Isabel Daggio, paraeducator at Arroyo High School. As of July 13th, it shows El Monte has over 7,000 coronavirus cases. With the virus being airborne, there's a high chance that there will be active spreading between administrators, teachers, paraeducators, and students. We can come in contact every second. Yet even with the face mask and 6 feet of distancing, because being indoors puts everyone at risk. Being in a classroom, being expected to clean after every period, and be indoors is a huge hazard. Who will be monitoring if it will even be done? I do not feel comfortable doing it. It is not part of our job. Does maintenance have the required items to sanitize classrooms, restrooms, offices, cafeterias? Maintenance is also put at risk. I've heard some have been laid off or have had reduced hours. So does that mean there will be enough staff to clean properly? What cleaning items will they be given? As a paraeducator and we are exposed, do we get paid leave? 14 days or more if it's severe. If we are expected to show up to work, we are also expecting admin to understand our absence if we are contaminated. We are also expecting to have priority when we ask for a test. We're expecting everyone who came in contact to be informed. I could be exposed, take a test on Monday, then be exposed on Tuesday, come out negative with Monday's test, but become positive after Tuesday. By walking around the classroom thinking I'm negative because on Monday I was negative, but now I'm positive because of Tuesday, how will we take control of issues such as this? I do not want to mourn the death of a student, teacher, or paraeducator, or even a family member because we are required to expose ourselves and come into work, when it can be avoided by doing distant learning. I love my job, but things can wait. Yes, it's sad. We are all tired of distance learning, but I'd hate to lose someone because of something that could have been avoided. As a paraeducator in the special ed department, I know that most of our students have to take medication. If they are exposed, they are more likely to be at risk. They're vulnerable. Nothing is worth more than their safety at home. I miss them like crazy, but I'm happy knowing that they're safer at home. I urge the Amani Union High School District to stay close. No life should be put at risk. No young boy or girl should die. Think of the consequences, the pain. Distant learning is safe, is best for us and our students. Again, that was Isabel Daggio from Arroyo High School. Next up is Deanne Dosman, teacher at Rosemead High School. Teachers want to teach their students, but we do not want a death sentence to teach these students. Please allow us to start the year online, then we can work it out from there. I have been teaching for 38 years and do not want to end it with my death or severe illness. Again, Deanne Dosman, Rosemead High School. Helen Liu, teacher at Mount View High School. The current virtual learning schedule is not realistic. Issue 1, issues with students picking up lunch at school. 2, three classes is too much to maintain for students, as well as teachers to prepare. Students are struggling with summer school. 3, 240 minutes of live synchronous instruction daily is a huge challenge for teachers and students depending upon their home situation. Thank you, Helen Liu, teacher at Mount View High School. Rakala Gespi, teacher, Mount View High School. As a current summer school teacher, having been given 30 workshop hours to prepare for 2 sessions, I am overwhelmed. The assigned workshop hours don't begin to cover the amount of work that it takes to offer engaging, standards-based, easily accessible content for our students. In addition to prepping 4 days before summer school started, I, along with another colleague, work an extra 3 to 4 hours after school to adjust our planning for students. I currently am holding 2 synchronous sessions a day with asynchronous instruction between those sessions. Not only is my attendance low due to zero accountability for showing up, but very few students attend both live sessions a day. Less than half of our students complete all daily assignments. Needless to say, the amount of work we teachers are putting in is not being reciprocated by students. As for the fall, asking teachers to teach live for 240 minutes is a monumental task. Considering many of us are now instant stay-at-home parents teaching our own children due to distance learning. In addition to that, requiring that amount of live instruction for students is a terrible way to keep students engaged. Digital learning does not equate to live teaching. Many students are disengaged and unresponsive during live sessions as it is. Asking them to take multiple live sessions back to back isn't sustainable for the learning brain. Lastly, asking teachers to teach anything more than 2 preps is not realistic, as the planning is almost impossible, especially for teachers like myself that are singletons, as we're the only ones on campus to teach up one particular subject. They will not have any other teachers to collaborate with, and collaboration within departments is going to be absolutely critical. Thank you again. This was Raquel Legaspi, teacher at Mount View High School. Next up, we have Brendan Bueno, teacher at Rosemead High School. According to LA County, the city of Amani has 2,244 cases of COVID, which by far the largest number in the local area. South Amani has 398 and Rosemead 396 cases, all data as of July 14th. It seems from my point of view that opening school up for physical attendance would be unsafe and reckless with the current state of virus infections. Creating consistency for the students is of the utmost importance. I feel it is more important to do one strategy, social distance learning, exceptionally well, rather than multiple strategies as in the hybrid, mediocre. The students and teachers are all familiar with the social distance model, having done it at the end of the last school year. If students were forced back into the classroom and a second wave of the virus sparks up in November, then all will be thrown into disarray like March. Being a veteran of the U.S. Army, I have always been willing to sacrifice my life for this country, but is the board and district comfortable asking the students and staff in this district to risk their lives? I will leave you with this to ponder in making this difficult decision. Yes, teaching online is not as effective as in person, but you know what would be worse? Every yearbook in the district having a page dedicated to the teachers and students who died of COVID. Thank you, Brendan Bueno, teacher, Rosemead High School. Next up, Don Quick, teacher at Rosemead High School. Mr. Quick has submitted a petition signed by 72 individuals asking the school district to not return to in-class instruction, instead continue operating under distance learning. Thank you, Mr. Quick. This will be entered into the record for today's meeting. Next up, Rachel Brochner, teacher at Mount View High School. Why is the district office presenting this 3-class schedule as a fait accompli when negotiations with faculty are still ongoing? From even minimal conversation with my fellow teachers, I understand that many will find this schedule extremely difficult to accomplish through distance learning, specifically the synchronous live instruction for 240 minutes daily. Our previous attempt at emergency distance learning showed teachers how difficult it was to maintain student interest and attendance for live meetings, whether video or text chat. With teachers unable to control the environment the students are in, much of our class management is inapplicable. Additionally, many, if not most teachers, are also teaching their own children according to their specific distance learning schedules. While it's obvious the district wants to appease the community as soon as possible, we need a workable solution, not something yet to be determined presented as complete. It seems to be a widely shared belief that 3 classes are going to be excessive and 2 classes at a time are preferred by many educators in our district. Again, Rachel Brochner, teacher, Mountain View High School. Next up, Danielle Rizzo, teacher at Mountain View High School. Is the board considering a schedule of 2 classes for 6 weeks to aid in collaborating teaching planning instead of 3 for 9 weeks? Teachers who teach singletons and have 0 opportunity to collaborate will have a more successful outcome if their focus is limited, specifically those who did not get summer school experience. Thank you again, Danielle Rizzo, teacher, Mountain View High School. Vanessa Macias, paraeducator, Royal High School. As a paraeducator for Royal High School Special Education Department, my job is to provide academic support to all my students. I work with my students one-to-one to provide that safe space where they feel comfortable to receive the additional support they need. I am physically close to them. What if I were to be transmitted the virus they got from home because their parents are essential workers? I receive no medical benefits. Who will cover my medical bill? Will the school provide frequent testing for staff and students? It is unsafe to return to school physically. This meeting is being held virtually because it is not safe to be in big crowds. What makes it okay to send us back to work and be surrounded by the rest of staff and students? Even if we do hybrid, the crowd is still be big. Even if we do hybrid, the crowd will still be big. The halls and classrooms are small. It is nearly impossible to keep our social distance. Again, that was Vanessa Macias, a paraeducator from Arroyo High School. Next up, Arturo Toscano, paraeducator, Arroyo High School. This comment is particularly long, so I'm going to summarize it. Good evening. My concerns are regarding the district's decisions on possibly reopening schools within the district prematurely due to COVID-19. Many of my coworkers and I are incredibly concerned about the potentially fatal decisions. I would like just to point out some of my personal concerns at this time. Concerned regarding the fact that we're having this discussion today, and points out that people of color have more difficult time surviving and navigating through this pandemic due to the lack of necessary resources that are not provided to them. Ends with, there's nothing you can do to protect the hundreds of kids and staff members that will have no choice but to risk their lives every day by going to school and work. The mask enforcement will likely slow things down for a moment, but once that one person is martyred by your decision, I guarantee the city and its people will respond very unforgiving way. Thank you again, Mr. Arturo Toscano, paraeducator at Arroyo High School. And just to reiterate again, if the comments are particularly long, I will summarize, but the entirety of the comments will be entered into our minutes to be part of the public record. Next up, Marisol Rivera, teacher at Mountain View High School. As a participant in our district's COVID Task Force Instruction Subcommittee, I am alarmed by the distance learning schedule being proposed. If it is that we must go the distance learning route. Much of the subcommittee's meeting discussions have revolved around the reopening of school, and thus our planning went into developing hybrid models. However, with the recent spike in COVID cases and a number of school districts opting for starting the year with distance learning, our district's proposed distance learning model took center stage at today's instruction subcommittee meeting. It is not a model that was created by all participants in the subcommittee, and it resulted in a lot of questions and concerns, most of which went unanswered. If we must do distance learning, I am deeply worried about the rigidness of the proposed distance learning model. Indeed, it seems to not take into account our current reality. To require teachers to teach 240 minutes of 3 80-minute periods of daily synchronous live instruction is not realistic. It's physically and mentally exhausting for teachers and students. Indeed, studies show that successful online instruction is made up largely of asynchronous instruction, which students can access at any time. This is ideal because requiring attendance for predominantly synchronous instruction puts many students at an immediate disadvantage if they don't have a flexible home schedule, not to mention technology issues. The same is true for teachers who pretend and will simultaneously have the daunting task of assisting their own children with their distance learning. We need to take this unique opportunity to reinterpret these guidelines of 240 minutes of daily live instruction in a manner that best suits our students, population, and teachers. Please, let's reimagine an education model that strives for quality and not quantity. Thank you. Again, that was from Marisol Rivera, teacher at Mountain View High School. Next up, we have Lee Porter, also teacher at Mountain View High School. I cannot understand why you would even consider bringing students back to school while Los Angeles County is experiencing a drastic rise in COVID-19 infections. I reviewed the statistics on the LA County Health Department website, and as of July 13th, there are 2,244 confirmed cases of the infection in El Monte and 398 in South El Monte. The number of deaths is at 68 in El Monte and 12 in South El Monte. The death rate is very high. El Monte is at 58 per 100,000 people, and South El Monte is at 57 per 100,000. These rates are well above many other cities. For example, West Covina's death rate is at 18 per 100,000. La Puente is at 12 per 100,000. Bringing the students back to school is irresponsible. You are risking the lives of the students, their family members, and the lives of the teachers and personnel that run the schools. Please adopt a 100% online learning format for all of us. Again, that was Lee Porter, teacher at Mountain View High School. This comment is a duplicate. Next is Chris Lewis, teacher at Mountain View High School. TOSA and TTL at Mountain View High School. And Mr. Lewis's comments are a little bit long. Let me see if I can summarize. In reviewing the reopening plan draft, I have a few comments and concerns. My main concern is for the health and safety of all district employees, students, and families. I hope that El Monte Union High School District follows the leadership of other school districts who have switched to a 100% online model to begin their school year. Mr. Lewis recommends a 2-period schedule, not a 3-period schedule. Has concerns about cleaning when it would occur. Feels that the 3 classes may overwhelm. Yes, sir.
Yeah, listen. I would like you to read directly what the people have written. I don't want you to summarize. I get it that this will be put into the record and it'll be the complete message that this person has given in public comment. But as elected officials and public comment, this is the time where the public gets to state what they want to say. So I get it that you're our president, but I don't need you to summarize it. I want to hear directly.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. I do want to point out that we do have a time limit for the comments, and these comments do go longer than the either 3 minutes or 450 words. So I will be summarizing comments that are extremely long. I appreciate your concern, but they will be entered into the public record.
I get it, but
we are 4 weeks away from opening schools, and teachers have not been given the time to plan for a distance learning or hybrid schedule. Considerable time and effort will be needed for revising pacing plans. Departments and course-alike teams need time to have these discussions before the school year starts. Starting this discussion on August 13th will not provide adequate time. Some teach courses alone, which increases independent work. Finally, the fully online model replicates face-to-face instruction, which research shows is not an effective way to implement distance learning. Time works differently online. Having teachers plan for 80 minutes for a total of 240 synchronous minutes is unreasonable and limiting. Having a class of 36 plus students in one 80-minute video session is not an effective way to provide appropriate scaffolds, in-time interventions, and social emotional support. Requiring face-to-face time does not take into consideration the availability or ability of our students to be physically present continuously. Many may not have the space or environment necessary for 4 hours of uninterrupted screen time. Thank you for taking our suggestions, and I hope that teachers are provided the same direction soon. Are provided some direction soon so that they can begin preparing for the fall semester as soon as possible. Thank you. That was Mr. Christopher Lewis, TOSA and TTL, Mountain View High School. Next up is Noe Almendares, teacher at El Monte High School. Here's one of today's LA Times headlines. Quote, the ongoing discussion about what school will look like in the months ahead comes on the heels of a record-breaking day among the number of daily coronavirus cases reported in the state. Why put our students, staff, and community at risk? This is not a political issue, it's a health issue. Thank you again, Mr. Almendares, teacher at El Monte High School. Next up, we have Mrs. Jennifer U. Brannon, teacher at Mountain View High School. As an instructional coach of over 7 years, I am deeply concerned about the mental and emotional welfare of our teachers as well as of our students. I would ask the board to consider the mental toll it will take on teachers if they are asked to be physically on campus for any amount of time during a global pandemic. As I have shared in past training on mindfulness practices, it is difficult to learn when you do not feel safe and valued. Likewise, it is difficult to teach when you do not feel safe and valued by your community. Any kind of schedule that asks students and teachers to put their own health or the health of loved ones at risk will create high-stress environments that will make accomplishing instructional goals that much more difficult. If we move forward with a 100% distance learning schedule for the fall, I think our schedule must be thoughtfully crafted to reflect our priorities and align with best practices. How we allocate instructional time should show our values. The development of social emotional learning does not just happen. Intervention doesn't just happen. We must be very intentional. Any schedule that gets approved must include time for advisory and academic support. I am not offering critique without offering ideas. I would be happy to work with my colleagues and district staff to implement an advisory program that promotes social emotional learning competencies and provides the academic support students need. Again, that was Jennifer U. Brandon, teacher at Mount View High School. Next up, Stephanie Fonseca, science teacher at Almani High School. As a community member and employee of the Almani Union High School District, it is with great sadness that I have to make the request to oppose a hybrid distance learning model for the opening of the 2020-2021 school year. I know our volunteers on the task force have worked hard to develop a model that would keep all of our families safe, and I thank them for their efforts. Unfortunately, we must save the hybrid model for a later time in the school year, once the data shows that it is safe to do so. Since the closing of our school sites to distance learning, there have been a plethora of challenges that everyone in the community has had to experience. All of us want for our children to go back into the classroom. Fact of the matter is, science is saying and the number of cases in Almani are too high to return to any form of in-person learning experience. I miss my students terribly, but as a science teacher, I would be going against the numbers that are being produced from the data of this pandemic that are saying it is not safe for us to return to school site August 18th. We started our distance learning with the intent to flatten the curve so we can get back to somewhat normal lifestyle. Let's not lose sight of how important it is for us as a community to bond together and create our own safe at-home learning model. One that does not put any of our community members at risk. One that will bridge the gaps between schools and homes via technology. It is completely possible for us to create an effective learning model for our community's children. This is a time for us to experience our effective communication skills, patience, and understanding of one another. I look forward to supporting my community as we navigate an online distance learning model until it is safe to see one another in person. Thank you for your time. Again, that was Stephanie Fonseca, science teacher at Almani High School. Next up is Elizabeth Pineda, teacher at Almani High School. Nobody can dispute the importance of education, specifically in-person education, but it's clear this virus and the ongoing pandemic have no boundaries, nor do we have clear understanding of it, and trying to walk a tightrope around it seems dangerous, unpredictable, and unproductive. This is evident by what our communities around the country have attempted to fulfill with reopening businesses. Schools are no exception and are even more at risk to be a tool to help the virus spread. For example, nobody, including from federal to local government agencies nor medical experts, can say with certainty how children can be affected by the virus, specifically since they are part of our society that has been taken out of the equation since we have, for the most part, kept them locked in shelter. Please, I urge you to please consider the health and safety of our students, their families, and the community, and keep students learning online. Again, that was Elizabeth Pineda, a teacher at Almani High School. Next up, we have Victor Romero, teacher at Mount View High School. I feel that the safety of our students, their families, school staff, and the community should be the deciding factor on whether we should reopen schools. We have always used data to assess our students, and to drive instruction. I do not see why it should be any different when making this decision. All the recent data points to the fact that this pandemic is getting worse and that there's no indication of flattening anytime soon. As a teacher who has visited many of our students' homes, I can tell you firsthand that their families live in crowded apartments and homes. Many have their grandparents and other ill family members living with them. I am not only worried for the safety of our students, but the safety of their families. I care too much for this community. We need to continue with the distance learning model. I currently have 32 out of 37 students who attend daily in summer school. The program is getting better. Again, that was Victor Romero, teacher at Mount View High School. And our final comment tonight comes from Sarah Norton, a teacher at Almani High School. And speaking today to urge the board to vote to start the school year with online learning, as many of the surrounding school districts have elected in order to protect the health and well-being of our community. There are so many variables that make it impossible to be safe if we start the school year in the classroom, whether hybrid or full-time. We have seen that our community is having a hard time controlling the spread of COVID-19. Last I checked, Almani was in the top 5 cities in LA County with cases of COVID-19, and we were number 1 in the San Gabriel Valley. Those are not numbers to be proud of, and they are definitely alarming and should be taken into consideration when making plans for the upcoming school year. Please consider that although it is preferred to teach and learn in the classroom, the health of our community members should be our #1 priority. You cannot teach or learn if you are sick, and you cannot teach or learn if you are worrying about exposing your loved ones to possible illness or death. There are so many questions to consider before we open up our schools. But the most important one is how many people in the El Monte community are going to die that wouldn't have because you decided to reopen too early. Thank you for your time. I hope you choose to do what is best for well-being and health of our community. Again, that was Sarah Norton, certificated teacher at El Monte High School. And that concludes our public comments for today. Dr. Zuniga, was anything else submitted via email for public comments? Dr. Zuniga, you're muted.
My apologies. Not at this time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, we'll move on to communication from union representatives from the El Monte Union Educators Association and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 11. Do we have representatives from either one of the bargaining units available?
I believe Don Quick will be representing EMUA. Mr. Quick, are you available? There
yes.
you are. Welcome.
Go ahead, Mr. Quick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Briones, Mr. Zuniga, Dr. Zuniga. I wanted to mention on the petition that I got 72 folks signing on to. In addition to distance learning, we also mentioned the importance of taking a deeper look at racial equity and in particular tracking and the disproportionate impact of punitive discipline on Black and Indigenous people of color. So I wanted to mention that about my public comment that was left out of the summary. But I appreciate you reading those and encourage you to read the rest of the comments that people who signed, they added their own comments to that as well. And now this is the EMUEA comment from Ms. Bazil. Good evening, board members, cabinet, and community members. Since the last board meeting, we have seen drastic spikes in positive cases of COVID-19, as well as saddening increases in related deaths. Specifically in our community, more than 10 people have died due to COVID-19 just within the last 5 days. While we were hopeful that reopening the economy in June indicated progress with containing the virus, the state has recently had to take steps backwards, and we are at a point where the safety of our stakeholders is in jeopardy. Parents, students, employees, and even administrators in this district are becoming more and more concerned. EMUEA members have been watching closely and reassessing, and they now agree with our colleagues in Los Angeles and San Diego. Put simply, we cannot go back to campus safely with the situation as it is currently. Please consider and approve our return to full distance learning in August, as we cannot and should not compromise the health of anyone. Thank you for your time. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quick. Dr. Zuniga, are there any representatives from CSEA?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll move on to oral written communication from our superintendent. Dr. Zuniga.
Yes, thank you, President Briones. I would like to provide you my update regarding the opening of schools when we get to regular agenda item 1. So that will be most of my time updating you and presenting to you information in item 1. But I do want to officially and formally welcome our new assistant superintendent, Mrs. Robin Torres, and she has joined us today. Also, she has started on July 1st. So welcome officially to Mrs. Robin Torres, our new assistant superintendent for human resources. I also want to formally officially welcome Mr. Gabriel Flores, our new principal at Arroyo High School. And I know that the name is familiar to many of you as he's been part of a few of our schools throughout his career here at El Monte Union, and not to say also a product of our district and our community. And last but not least, I do also want to welcome Ms. Trina Cardona, our new principal at El Monte Rosemead Adult School. All 3 employees have committed several years of service to our students, our community that we serve every day. So congratulations to all of you. I look forward to working with you. I know these are challenging times to be a first time in these positions, but I welcome you with open arms. I know we have a strong support group here at the district office, also at the sites, and staff have said remarkable things about all of you. Again, congratulations, and look forward to working with you. I also want to recognize and thank the nutrition services team for their ongoing work over the summer. They have never stopped serving students meals throughout the spring and also during the summer, and they'll continue on until we prepare ourselves for the fall. So thank you, Director Susie Sayer, along with all of her staff that have worked hard to get up early in the morning, be at work, and prepare those meals for our students. So it's a challenging task during these times, but we thank you. And one of the other things that I also want to recognize is not just only our nutrition services, but the entire classified staff who works 12 months throughout the year. Transitioning back to the work environment has not been easy. We have slowly have employees back at work. Unfortunately, this is again a moving target, and things change from one week to another. We continue to monitor and visit that also, and keeping in mind the safety and needs of our employees, including our classified staff. And not only the classified staff, but our teachers who took on the challenge to do distance learning summer school. I heard comments about how challenging it has been for both teachers and students, not only preparing, but also trying to complete the work under these conditions. So I commend you and I applaud you for your work and your efforts. Thank you to all our summer school teachers. And again, we'll complete my update to you as part of our regular agenda item number 1. Mr. Briones, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that a member would like to hold for discussion? I'll start with Mr. Padilla.
Nothing at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mrs. Morgan?
None.
Thank you. Mr. Salcido?
None.
Thank you. And Mr. Diaz?
None for me, sir.
Thank you. Being that there's no discussion on any items, I'd like to move to approve today's consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Mr. Diaz, so it's moved by myself, seconded by Mr. Diaz. Dr. Zuniga, if you could take a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Thank you. You have vote 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to our regular agenda, item number 1, consider approval of the length of the instructional day and schedule for fall 2020-2021. Dr. Zuniga, you have a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Briones. We do have a presentation for you. So as we prepare the PowerPoint, just a couple of opening comments. Want to recognize our task force. I know it's been mentioned in public comment about the work they've been producing, and we started off at the end of the year. It's been challenging to grasp all of the information that's coming our way, untimely sometimes, but we've done a great job with staying focused, meeting and committing every week for 2 hours together as an entire group. Today we had about 52 participants, including all of our stakeholders, from classroom teachers to union representatives to parents to students to administrators, site and district, and our union partners. So I congratulate you, I applaud you for the plan that we have been working on. It is version 1, and I want to be clear about the version 1 because as noted, we will update it by next week again with recent information received. So that's just a recognition for our task force. A few weeks ago when we met with the board on June 24th, I provided you with an update on the task force about the work that we've been doing. At our forum, we also provided a deep conversation about some of the subcommittees that have been working on the plan for the reopening of schools. And I believe the board has a thorough sense of what is in the plan, what the expectation would be for reopening the school year in 2021. But also, this is a guide for all of us to provide to not only school staff and students, but also the community, because a lot of folks are eager to understand where El Monte Union is, where we're going in the fall, And this plan provides just some answers to many questions that have been asked over time. I know a lot of the board members have been asked several questions related to the safety and health of both of our students and our employees. Also, some of the questions related to instruction, as we will discuss the majority of the presentation today. But we hope that this plan responds to some of those questions. I invite everyone to look at our district website. There is a tab at the front page at the top that says reopening of schools. That is updated and most recent information that we can provide for you from this document that will be inserted today to the presentation during our task force meeting, and also parent and student and teacher surveys, and also results, including the Q&A from the forum that we had on June 29th as well. And I do want to commend the community. They've been in tune, they've been listening, they've been asking questions. And although I don't have all the answers sometimes, I do my best to respond to them as well as the board. And it has been overwhelming with a lot of these questions because there's just not enough time in the day right now. We joke around about having 72 hours per day, but you know that the work never ends right now, and we are determined to open up the school year to the best of our ability. And I'd like to now move forward with the plan. Again, this is our reopening of schools plan for 2021. And our theme that we created is reopen and reimagine. I think the key word is to reimagine now, because as you know that we've been in a traditional schedule, whether it's a block schedule or regular schedule, and our families that have been to a traditional home environment of having their kids come to school every day, dropping them off, allowing us to care for them for the entire school day, and then dismissing them home for supper or even continue their activities on campus. So that routine has drastically changed. It changed on March 13th when we closed our schools and we began the distance learning on the fly, should I say, in simplest forms. And I believe that having an opportunity to revisit this and reshape how we think now, as far as learning, as far as instructing, as far as running schools for our school principals, and even as a district and making decisions along with the board, that is a reimagined plan there. And not to say that a challenging budget that's coming our way in the next couple of months of what we're seeing now, and we can anticipate if we don't get the support from our federal government into the state and then filtering down to the county to our schools. As we get to the next slide, please. I'm providing you with the timeline of events because it wasn't, as I mentioned, we didn't create this yesterday or obviously today when we met. There was a lot of opportunities throughout time to evaluate what we've done, where we've been, and how we are moving along each time, month per month. You know that March 5th was kind of, even before March, I want to even go back to even January and February. When we returned back from winter break, we started hearing about the coronavirus. We didn't even know about COVID-19, but it was more popular to say coronavirus in a joking form, and there was a lot of things going on out there and discussions about, what is this? This is an isolated virus that is happening in China, and life goes on. We're at school. We're excited to be back to school in winter, from winter break coming in January. February comes around, it's still lingering. Data through whether you watch CNN or Fox, it's happening, it's out there. This is the topic of discussion at the top of the hour for news media and coverage. And the conversations start happening at home, at our school site, in our classrooms, around the staff room, the staff lounge, and alongside the hallways for our students. So we began to have conversation, let alone we didn't have a plan at that time. And as it got closer and closer, we understood that it was time for us to come and have discussions with some of our stakeholders and staff members. So on March 5th, we held our first district-wide coronavirus team. This was a team of both school and district representatives, from teachers to union members to the district administration. It wasn't as large as our actual task force, but it was something to keep us informed, to hear what we're starting to, come our way as far as news. The Los Angeles County Office of Education suddenly had a deep communication as far as the filtering, the amount of information coming our way. And lo and behold, that we started meeting even as superintendents, which we have never done throughout time. Periodically we have, but now it has become a routine. So once that happened, filtering the information from LACO, going to this task force, we met a few times after March 5th, the following week on the 17th, on the 10th and the 17th. And these were just information meetings. These were just, but here's our scenarios, here's what's happening. We didn't even think about closing schools. We felt that we weren't even close to that. We were having just deeper conversations about, we probably want to start notifying individuals. How do we post information to our family and parents about what COVID-19 is, what the coronavirus is, how you can get it, what our best practices to stay healthy. So that campaign thought, as far as initial launching in March, was evident that we were heading in this direction. And heading down to as far as the middle of March, and the important day here was March 13th, right? I'm sorry, there's a typo on there. But on March 13th, when we got the recommendation from LACO stating that, they are going to recommend at this time that we have school closures, and it was at the discretion of the school district at this time. But even beforehand, we started hearing other school closures outside the county of Los Angeles. A lot of parent concerns, a lot of staff concerns about, this is now becoming a serious factor, and it's impacting students and families, and also our staff members. So on that same day, on March 13th, the board approved Resolution 31-1920, and also announced the school closures. And the resolution provided the opportunity to act quick, providing the powers to the superintendent to make decisions as needed in response to COVID-19. And I'm thankful for that, because it allowed us to immediately go into a different mode and make decisions as we progress throughout the next couple of weeks. By the 20th of March, our school closure extended through May 4th, with the understanding that COVID cases were on the rise, and further allowing us to evaluate the situation we were at that time. So come April 2nd, we took some time off. We ended up in spring break, but we officially, before the spring break, announced a school closure till the end of the school year for 1920. And we allowed the spring break to just kind of take a breather, catch up with our families, but with the understanding that we were now going to be in full distance learning mode. I believe our phase 2 and phase 3 was as a result of the return from spring break, and trying to fine tune a plan that was built overnight, and also allowing just some time to have a dialogue with teachers about how to best implement distance learning. A lot of educators, for the most part our teachers, needed the resources and tools and understanding how they can utilize time through distance learning to support students. Going into May now, as we responded to COVID-19, we provided the board updates on May 16th, and then following the next couple of board meetings. And then by May 27th, this was after Memorial Day weekend, we began our first meeting for reopening of schools task force, after seeking and finding individuals that were interested and engaged throughout the community and our schools to be part of this, with the understanding that this is new to all of us. So let's build on this. It's nothing that we can say it's perfect or we know what we're going tomorrow, but we started having deeper conversations based on the framework model that the county provided as a result of a cohort of superintendents from the entire LA County putting this together, wrapping around the framework of 5 ideals, which I'll introduce in a bit. As we ended May, we planned for a June departure of our class of 2020. And I know that was one of the challenging times for all of us to not see our students graduate on the field as traditionally, and to be part of the class of 2020. It's very unfortunate, and we hope that we don't have to repeat this the following school years. So we're just keeping mindful of the class of 20 and all the events that were missed out as a result of COVID-19. So I do want to recognize the class of 2020. Luckily, the county had allowed us to do this the car parade celebrations. I believe it was a week prior to making that announcement. And kudos to our site leadership teams putting this together and providing a quality, at least a car parade celebration to our families and our class of 20 graduates. We still are committed to the November date for our graduation ceremony for class of 2020. And unfortunately, the way things look today, we're still optimistic, but we understand the reality of that if things don't get better. As we moved on through June, the month of June, we continue to meet with task force every Wednesday. As I mentioned to you, some dates were modified to work around the board meetings, so June 17th and June 24th. And we finally opened up summer school June 26th, which is unusual for us, as we traditionally opened up right when school ends. So that way kids and staff members have an opportunity to at least get a break in between the start of the school year in the fall and also summer period. Finally here, again in July, we have had 3 meetings, including this afternoon. We met from 1 to about 3 o'clock. We revisited our plan, and we will continue to work. And here we are, July 15th. Next slide, please. So what are the deciding factors for 2021? And I shared with this at our forum that we rely heavily on the guidelines provided by not only the state, but also the county. And there is a Department of Public Health that has produced guidelines from the state a few weeks ago. We received guidelines from the county on Monday, this Monday, actually on the 13th of July. And we also have worked alongside our county partners that mentioned to you in my opening statements of the timeline. We also engage staff, students and families, professional associations, our community partners in this planning, and then provide options and plan for several scenarios due to the actual, changing environment under COVID, as we see the last, couple of days. And then finally, our current economic conditions and what we can do and how the support the state and the federal government can support schools in California. Next slide. So the 5 key areas that we must address in order for us to reopen schools, and this is our district, and we feel we stay truthful to this communication through our framework, which allowed us to kind of guide us. Obviously, our workplace policies and practices to protect everyone on campus, our measures for physical distancing, also the control of infection if it arises or something happens on campus, and then our communication to everyone, all of our stakeholders, but also measures to ensure equitable access to our critical services that we have across all schools. Okay, next. So in a nutshell, this was our reopening of schools task force, our 5 focus areas that have become popular. And I think these logos symbolize who these committees are, from instruction, safety and health, social emotional support, family community engagement, and also operations. Next slide, please. And in sharing with our forum and our parents and our stakeholders that day, we discussed the task for each sector. And for operations, it focuses around 3 areas: facilities, nutrition services, and transportation. We also know that there's more to operations in this aspect. So they have worked diligently to include some of the guidelines as included in the plan that actually is being introduced to the board today, but also facing the various challenges from the classroom environments to the actual distribution of food for students, and also bus transportation of all of our students that require bus transportation throughout the school year. Next slide. With family and community engagement, these folks focus on how we best serve our families during this time, how we include them, how we keep them informed, what resources are available during this time. We are an educational institution, but we also are a service to our families, whether it's our wraparound services throughout the school year or any type of other service that we can support, from any type of information related to relief from rent. It's currently a big item for our families who are struggling to make ends meet under these conditions. Again, just focusing on the family and community engagement during this time is key, and I applaud the folks for putting on a good plan as far as the first version. Next slide. As we move into social and emotional support, one of our goals in our LCAP, and also something that we've been working on through our CARES 2 program, is providing that support for students. As we were focused this fall to engage in environments that would provide these physical environments for our students to be in need, but also the continued services that we have provided throughout the school year. How do we embed that now and into the fall if students are not going to be at school? So that will also be something to be prepared for and try to accomplish during that time. Next. And finally, our safety and health. Could it be as important as today, knowing what we're facing? So this team continues to update this document, and they're challenged because they have received different information weekly. So we're having to now modify this plan as we speak, as I mentioned to you. So I will challenge them to stay on the course, to stay focused, and to ensure that the plan is provided and updated with information that's pertinent, not only pertinent, but also validated through time as we receive information, just like we did today with the LA County Department of Public Health on Monday. I'm sorry. Next. And I thought I left one off, but instruction. And normally I start off with instruction, but I intentionally have left it here because we're going to not go deep into instruction for the fall. But the committee itself the goal was to focus on curriculum, focus on instruction, type of models that are out there, study the models that have been created in response to COVID-19, and what have been some of the successes and some of the challenges that we've had as far as these conversations with these models. I want to go on record that there is no perfect model. There's nothing that can be face-to-face, day-to-day instruction on campus, in my opinion. And I think many of you have agreed, including some of the statements that were made earlier today. But under these conditions, we need to rethink and reinvent and reimagine what learning and teaching looks like moving forward. And this could go on for the entire school year, or even at least for the semester for now. And also, how do we include all students, not just the general population, but we can and we must emphasize the importance of serving the most vulnerable students as part of this instruction plan, and ensuring that access and equity, that we keep that in mind at all times when we're developing this plan. Okay, and I'll obviously expand learning opportunities after the school day. So I did mention that the protocols were released for the Department of Public Health on Monday. The task force reviewed these 5 key areas that I'll introduce, but we received them on July 13th. They outlined the requirements that schools in LA County must work through before the reopening of schools. And we also have these protocols that may change throughout time as health conditions change too. I want to be clear about that what we do now may be different in a couple of weeks as they'll update those guidelines. There is a link there that I will not open, but for all of you who are watching this engage, you can open that for you to get more information. It's a 13-page document that we've already studied pretty good. The subcommittees now took into consideration how our current plan matches what these protocols look like. So on the next page, if the next slide please, you'll see that these 5 areas were themes that were provided to us, the 5 key areas: workplace policies and practices, as I mentioned earlier, measures to ensure physical distancing, infection control, and communication with employees, and also equitable access to critical services. So in a good sense that they provided what we anticipated earlier through some of the state guidelines, and refocusing on this too. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if you go back to the next slide, I just want to be clear, I did get the accurate keys. Let me double check that just to make sure that I have the appropriate ones. Yes. Thank you. Next slide, please. And so what I thought about putting this together is what we've learned from the spring and now even into the summer when it comes to instruction, when it comes to schools in our district. We know that face-to-face instruction is not replaceable. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic is a fluid situation, and we need to rely and continue to rely on scientific data and tracking of our cases is extremely critical. A lot of conversation about the volume of cases in the El Monte community. I want to focus on the city of El Monte because it's one of the highest within the county, as all of you have seen if you keep track of the data that's released daily by the Department of Public Health. That is telling, and we need to keep that into consideration in how we measure that moving forward. Communication with all stakeholders are also our reopening of schools plan. It will require a joint effort from not only our staff members or our task force, but also what do our students and families feel? What do they think? What do they know, to ensure that also they're provided with an opportunity to get input about moving forward in the fall. And obviously our support systems that must be in place, everything from operations to safety standards and everything else that we're able to financially afford, but also consistently work through day in and day out when we have students and staff on campus. Okay, next please. So what we were challenged with also, access to technology. We were ahead of the game. Yes, we're gonna recognize that as a district and the board, allowing us to move forward with our Access for All plan over a year ago, and starting the school year 1920 with Chromebooks, with an opportunity to participate in the 1 million MiFi program, which is now challenging to be part of because it's becoming very popular. But we were somehow grandfathered, and we will continue to be part of that program as long as they're able to, have it. So with that said, though, some of our students still did not have Wi-Fi, and whether they do have a cell phone at home, we know that the majority of folks do, but that's not conducive to doing homework under a learning environment at home. So having the challenge of the limited Wi-Fi for some students was something that we needed to address immediately during the spring and also for the summer school period. Students adapting to learning from home. I can't imagine what our kids are going through, and the discouragement that comes easy when they're at home dealing with different types of environments. We know that child abuse reporting has declined dramatically in LA County. We've been directed by the county to ensure that everyone is aware that to look for signs, whether it's through distance learning, and I keep mindful that we are reporters, mandated reporters for all our employees too. Families left in limbo as some parents continue to report to work and leaving kids at home. So when you think about distance learning, these are things that you also should consider as far as the consequences of distance learning 100% at home and living in a community that requires a lot of need and service. And that's what we do every day here on campuses when they come to school and even outside, is having that, keeping that in mind when we make these decisions. Teacher preparation for distance learning, instruction, and use of technology resources is key and critical that we were lacking at the start of the distance learning and even into the end of distance learning. You can't create an entire new plan in a couple of weeks and even in a couple of months, honestly. Grading for a spring semester, we relied on the board to provide and ensure that our kids were not punished and were held harmless because of the sudden change to their environment as far as their learning. And therefore, the board took action to change that policy for the spring. But also, I want to go on record that includes the summer too. Student expectations and engagement during distance learning, that was somehow fluid, and it went from household to household, from school to school. So we need to do a better job with outlining the expectations. As you know that coming into the fall, the requirements will differ for both the instruction and the actual learning of our students. And that's something that we're going to have to carefully look at. And then finally, remote planning and work environments too for our staff. How do we plan remotely? A public comment mentioned that, I teach at Singleton. I don't have no one to work with on the site. What about working with colleagues within the school district that teach maybe the same subject? So we need to reimagine about what we can do. What about teaching other students from other school sites within our district if we don't offer the program somehow at one school now? So reimagine how we think, but stay consistent within the framework what we have with our associations. So there's a lot of things that worked, and I think it's a great opportunity to reinvent what we're doing now. As I mentioned to you, it's not going to be perfect, but if we take it and we learn from it, I think we will move forward and not take a step backward in the fall. Next slide, please. So what we were challenged with also uniform expectations, as I mentioned, the face-to-face time, synchronous, asynchronous, the volume of work. There was no measurement as far as the instruction during the spring. And we knew that, we understood that, but I believe moving forward, that needs to be structured in a sense where everyone has and is provided with specific guidelines, both students and also classrooms, teachers. Student assessment for all classes. How do we assess kids when they're home as far as their learning? We understand that quizzes have been provided. We understand that goals were met, but how consistent was that throughout the year? Throughout the rest of the year and even in summer school now. So that also will help us to say what assessments do we want to ensure we have in place for students that we know that are learning, and we can measure progress throughout the year, whether it's distance learning or our hybrid model back and forth. Because kids will also be at home still if they're coming to school as part of the hybrid model. Student and teacher workload, 6 classes for most students throughout the entire spring. Some of them obviously took 7 and even some took 5, but we've heard from our students and staff that how challenging it was to not only handle the workload in an environment. So that also must be considered as far as change and imagining a different way of teaching and learning under such conditions. Support for our most vulnerable students, I've mentioned several times already. Here's a list of the students that I've identified that we cannot forget and emphasize the importance of this, as most of our LCAP is committed and funded under supplemental concentration to focus on these students. Next. And again, factors to consider when deciding on our model for El Monte High School District. These are points that I shared with our parents and our staff and our students at the forum, that the #1 priority is the safety and well-being of our students and our staff as well. So related to these health orders that are in place, the amount of classroom available in our settings, we know that sites vary from square footage in the classrooms. So our operations staff has worked hard to measure every single classroom on campuses and compile that data for us. Meeting instructional minutes per day requirements. We'll talk a little bit later about the Senate Bill 98. Time required to sanitize classrooms between classes or groups. This has been one of the greatest challenges for any type of model, including our current hybrid model proposal. Technology, as I've already mentioned to you, the availability and accessibility for our students. Family schedule and childcare as well. We know that we are a high school district, but we still have children on campus. These are children that require supervision regardless of the age, and not only childcare, but also opportunities to get support while families are working. Number of families who may want 100% distance learning or online personal learning as well. So folks have decided a long time ago, even when we went to distance learning, that they will not be retraining their kids, not even for the entire school year. Are we prepared for that? Do we have a program that will address that also? Personal protective equipment, as far as the availability, the procurement that we must keep mindful of throughout the year, not only for this first 60 days as provided by the state as far as the PPE, but also ongoing and costs incurred by that. We understand there is financial support that came as part of the CARES Act and how that is, but is that sustainable for us also? Staffing needs for all schools. We've been working over the last couple of days as finalizing staffing needs based on student enrollment and also credential needs for all schools. I need to also emphasize the importance of our K-8 school partners about what they're doing and how they're handling the situation. Last night, Roseby School District voted to go distance learning for the start of the school year. I don't know the exact details, but I know that the board took action yesterday. I'm certain that our other K-8 partners will take action soon and make those decisions. So we've been in communication, hold almost daily communication with the superintendents as they work through their own needs as well for their students. And again, a high school district is so much different than what we consider at a K-8 or even a K-8 school. So we need to teach our families about what the differences are when it comes to, having multiple periods throughout the day versus having one teacher assigned to students as an elementary K-6 schools do. But also vice versa. What are some of the challenges that the K-8 schools are facing too? Transportation. We have enough transportation in our district, but when I say enough, that means that we also contract out through our joint powers authority and the shared transportation, because our fleet currently does not provide for continuous transportation of students when you include athletics and other activities, etc. So we're going to evaluate that to see what is the need for the fall and how we can maximize transportation, with the understanding that you will not be able to have as many students in a bus if you're having to deal with spacing and social distancing. The actual outdoor physical education environments, we're excited to at least start conversations about maximizing output in the outdoors. If you haven't been to restaurants lately, most of them are moving out. I was pleased to see the city of El Monte announce that all the restaurants will be allowed to serve outside in dining areas. We also need to be creative about how we can bring that to schools and education if we were to bring students back. We know it's summer, it's heat, but also we need to be creative about how we can utilize that in some of our schools. And also finally, our nutrition schedules. And as I mentioned to you earlier, our nutrition staff has stopped serving students, and we will continue on till the start of the school year as well. Okay. We completed a survey at the end of June for our students, parents, and our staff. And we asked for input about their feelings in June about returning to school in the fall, but also what they've learned and some of the challenges that they face. And we had some good responses, some data, a parent survey, staff survey, and also student survey all together. So that helped guide the task force into looking at some of these things and listening to some of the concerns here as we developed some of these schedules and provided options. And as you know, that some of the goals that we had is, let's have some options, let's explore ways to do it. As we got closer, we said, now we got to start fine tuning about these plans and how they're going to look like in the fall. Next, I want to share with you a couple slides that we did from the survey one, because it's important that you remember some of these slides as we progress throughout the next couple of slides. These are students that we asked them, how comfortable are you going to in-person school every day this fall if there are health and safety measures like social distancing? And the final response was 1457. And at that time, when you look at number 5 and 4, which are very comfortable combined, you're talking about nearly half of our student population, about 45% were very comfortable. And number 3, we're optimistic. We're about 28% overall. So you look at that bell curve and see where it stems at. Most of the kids are right in the middle, but somehow to the right compared to the 1 and 2, they were very uncomfortable at that time. About 26% overall combined 1 and 2. Okay, almost half the 4 and 5 data. Next slide. And then when we ask staff, my comfort level in physically returning to my work site is, and looking at that actual site itself, we're very uncomfortable when you combine that. That was about 38% or so. And then when you look to the very uncomfortable at this time, we had about 34%, no, 34%, sorry. Yeah, trying to do my math here overall. So in looking at that combined, the middle is becoming the norm for these surveys, is that the majority of our folks are still kind of, are somewhat comfortable, but at the same time are still reserved. So we'll leave it at that for that time being, okay? And that was actually something that we took a look at and see how do we move forward into our next phase. Next. Parent family survey preliminary results. This is again part of the first survey. If students can physically return to school in August with health and safety measures in place, which option do you prefer? If you look at the red, this is a blended schedule where students attend school sometime, but also work through distance learning. This is what we call the hybrid model. The traditional is the normal traditional schedules that we have had for many years. Many families want our kids to return back to normalcy. I'm certain that our kids, if they had to select, that this would also be significant in this pie chart. Distance learning was at 19.3% at the time, where students were never physically on campus. And then the unsure were about 8% still. Okay. So parent family survey preliminary results, again, the next question, are you considering keeping your child home for the 2021 school year and continue with distance learning? And yes, at the time was about 30%. No was about 35.9%. And then a lot of folks were still uncertain with this question here. So that's a kind of almost an even out pie chart there. Next. What parents told us at the time, they said, I prefer my child to continue with distance learning, at least until the end of the quarter for the fall. I will consider blended schedule for winter and spring quarter. These were results that I gravitated into the second survey. It's important for children to continue their education. Staying home is not a long-term solution. I'm sorry, I take that back. This was part of the first one, so I haven't got to the second one. So they prefer to continue with distance learning at least until the end of the fall quarter. I'll consider blending schedule for winter and spring quarter. The first survey also said it's important for children to continue their education. Staying home is not a long-term solution for COVID-19. Bringing awareness of COVID-19 precautions to the children by giving them education. And then finally, one other quote that was pulled from the survey, children should not be allowed to attend school, especially with our numbers of infected rising daily. My children's safety as well as other children's safety is at high concern. All it takes is one. So these were the summaries of the results from the first survey that were distributed. And moving forward into the follow-up survey for number 2, we just completed the staff survey yesterday. The actual student and family survey continues as it was released after the staff survey. So we'll keep that open for a few more days. The classroom environment, if you can go back real quick. So you saw the responses for staff. And then this focused more on classroom environment. So I want to be clear about that. So we've asked anyone that had some type of learning impact or involvement within the classroom setting to respond. And we were able to get 322 responses. About 90%, close to 90% were teachers. No, actually close to about 80% were teachers. 10% were paraeducators, and the rest were either certificated members that service the classrooms as well. And then reopening of schools as of earlier today, it was at 3596. I believe by now it has surpassed over 4,000 responders for this survey that is combined a student and family survey. Next. So what does the staff survey results say now? Similar to the first question that was provided to them. On a scale of 1 through 5, rate your comfort level in physically returning to a modified classroom setting. Out of 322 responses that we got, we had overwhelmingly 1, and that 1 is similar to the same response that they were very, I believe the term is extremely uncomfortable returning. That was about 40% now. And when you look at the other end on providing the most comfortable feeling coming in, it was at about 12.7%. And when you combine those two, about 33 and 41 folks responded. That's about a good 27%. About 23% overall. And if you keep mindful of the last survey, you know that that was at much higher, almost about 45 that we saw in that pie chart for the staff. Staff survey results. Again, if available, would you prefer a 100% distance learning teaching assignment? 49% said yes. No was about 21.7%, and about 30% of our teachers were still undecided. And this actually went to all, so we'll see how they responded to that, about 30%. Okay, next. So I pulled some of the responses for this actual hybrid schedule. And we showed them the hybrid schedule in the survey. We asked some input about their hybrid schedule. So we had a couple just a valid and just a good comments that were shared even throughout the entire list that I was looking at. But here's some ones that I pulled. This is the better of the schedule offered. The concern is social distancing and keeping everyone safe when kids staff start to get sick. My concern is the amount of time in between periods and whether teachers will be able to properly disinfect, stay with kids for a few minutes to answer questions, then use the restroom. I think this is a solid schedule. I just don't agree that we should do face-to-face, exposing teachers and students to potential viruses infection as well. And you've had the chance to also listen to some of the public comment today regarding our hybrid schedule as well that's proposed. Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to move on to the family and student survey now. The student survey was combined, but we actually identified who they were. About close to 60% were parents, and then about a little bit over 40% were students. Next. Where the survey responses came from, this is a percentile by the schools, and you can see that all schools were represented in some shape or form. And we know that some of them are smaller school environments, but we anticipated that the majority of responses would come from the comprehensive high schools and also Fernando Ledesma. Next. Family and student survey number 2. So how comfortable are you returning to in-person school every day this fall if there are health and safety measures like social distancing and facial coverings? So very uncomfortable was about 42% at this time. And when you combine that with number 2, it kind of gives you an idea of where we're at with that. And then looking at the very comfortable returning to school under these social distancing and facial covering protocols, we're talking about 16% when you add that to number 4, a little bit over 26%. Okay. Next. Next question is, how comfortable are you with students returning to campus 2 days per week with the hybrid schedule below? So it does change a bit. When you look at the very uncomfortable, it's reduced slightly to 32%. And then the very comfortable is about 16.8%. And then when you combine the number 4, we're looking about a little bit over 30%. So you see some significant difference in looking at, well, sometimes if they're on campus, I'm a little more comfortable with it, but not every day. Okay. Next. And how comfortable are you with students returning to school with a 100% distance learning online schedule below? Very uncomfortable that they feel that they should not be as far as distance learning would be about 17.6% combined with the 12% there. That's almost about with 30%. And then very comfortable with having 100% distance learning was about 38% when you combine that with the 15%. We're getting over, I believe, 50% there. Okay. Next slide, please. Family and student survey number 2 for the 2021 school year. Which schedules do you prefer at this time? So the hybrid schedule was about 43.5%. And then the 100% online distance learning was about 56.5%. So when you think about a 50-50, I'm going to say that they're pretty close there. But there's a reason, the data is there. I also wanted to get a chance to share the data that we disaggregated because it didn't include school by school or parent versus students. When we released the survey first, it went to students, and I noticed that a lot of students had agreed that they felt hybrid schedule was the best time for them to come into school in the fall versus the distance learning. And parents, I saw different. So we want to just take a quick look at that. I'm not sure if Mr. Steelman has the opportunity to upload those for us. We'll take a quick look at that. So here's it disaggregated by parent and school. And this is kind of in a full summary about what it is for the 100% online distance learning versus hybrid schedule by each school. And the distance learning, go back a little bit, one more. The parents felt that, as far as the distance learning, they're still in favor from all school sites, including Fernando Ledesma. You can see some of the school sites are more in favor than others, and then some are a little closer between the two. Next. And this is student schedule results. And looking at that, you see that the hybrid model is much higher than not much higher, but it is higher than the actual distance learning 100%. I had the chance to look at a survey too from a classroom that a teacher put out about, what are your thoughts about the fall? And a lot of kids miss school. They want to come back to school. They miss being a teenager. They miss being a participant as part of a community at the school. But they've also recognized that their parents are concerned about returning them to school and not being with them at home. So there is a somewhat note here that I want to call to your attention that kids look forward to coming to school at some point, and we're hoping that we can get them onto campus soon. And obviously there's a lot of challenges behind that, but I think this was relevant data for you to look at. Okay. Believe that may be the end of the on there. So we saw a lot of data today. We saw comparable data between what folks thought about a little bit over 2 weeks ago to what folks are thinking the last couple of days, given the significance of COVID-19 spikes here in our community and in our county, in our state. For the proposed instruction plan for fall semester, and this is something that's not new to everyone. We have planned to evaluate that this model was more suitable for a high school setting that had multiple periods throughout the day, that we saw the challenges of dealing with 5, 6, 7 classes per day for students at home, and even preparing for that with teachers in lesson planning daily when it comes to a distance learning format. We know that the hybrid includes distance learning, so that becomes also a challenge regardless of what plan we have. The fall one would be 9 weeks and the fall two would be 8 weeks. That includes a 17 semester period that takes us to the end of the start of the winter break or the end of the fall semester that we traditionally know the last couple of years here at El Monte Union. 3 classes offered for each term. It's adaptable to the hybrid or distance learning model. The calendar for our 2-term fall semesters is we would begin as scheduled August 18th, and we would end on the 16th. That is a Friday, I believe. And then we would begin on the 19th for fall 2 and end the 17th. That is right before we leave on winter break. And then please note that the schedule will start and end dates for the 2 terms will remain the same either for hybrid or online distance learning. And our recommendation is that if we select one or the other, that we at least hold it for a term for the entire grading term period. Okay, next. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Ciso and also Ms. Wolf, our Director of Curriculum Instruction, and they will be providing an overview of what is a hybrid model, what is a distance model, and what does it look like for El Monte Union moving forward. So I want to welcome Mr. Ciso and Ms. Wolf.
Okay, we're going to tag team on this. First of all, when we met with the task force in developing our hybrid model, and that's what we kind of emphasized when we started developing, knowing that at any time we could switch over to 100% online. So hybrid was built so that knowing that at any time, just like, possibly now, that we're going to actually switch over to online distance learning 100%. So we went back and forth in the task force at the beginning of it, and we settled in on a 3-period, 9-week and 8-week semester. So you have fall 1 and fall 2. Kids will take 3 classes. A couple of the challenges with and we did discuss at the beginning a 2-class schedule. Again, that would have to be because SB 98 requires 240 minutes of instruction time for students. That means each class would have to be 2 hours. Not only that, they'd be 6 weeks long, not 9 weeks or 8 weeks. And so if you had a math class the first 6 weeks, you really wouldn't see your math teacher again for another 14 weeks. And if this goes into the spring semester, then they would have 6 weeks, and then they wouldn't see another math teacher until the next fall. So there's a really lot of gaps in that. And plus now with the 9-week, we have the English language development student, it would take their ELD, example would be they would take their ELD class the first 9 weeks and the ELD lab class the next 8 weeks. So they would get a full, it's really 17 weeks of instruction for ELD development, English language development support. So these are things we were looking at. And also, if you'd have a 6-week AP class, you wouldn't see your AP teacher again for 14 weeks. So we really felt with the 240 minutes, the 3-period, 9 weeks would work best. It's not perfect, like Dr. Zuniga said. None, we're trying to find the best option for our families and our students. That can be going from in-person to a hybrid, or from a hybrid to an online distance learning within a week if we needed to, or within a day or two. So why don't you scroll to the next one so I can show the schedules? Okay, there you go. So what the committee came up with is you have Mondays, and this is pretty much universal for all the districts out there doing a hybrid. Some will do Wednesday as the stay at home. That would be the collaboration, professional development. Again, as part of SB 98, you have to have a student engagement. So still on those days, there would have to be a time and opportunity for students to engage in their students from their classes. So that's what you see on a Monday. There was discussion between doing that day on a Monday and a Wednesday, and pretty much consensus was to keep it on a Monday. So you would take a class, cohort A would meet on half the class because we're talking about social distancing in the classroom and on campus. You'd have cohort A would meet on Tuesday, cohort B on Wednesday, again, cohort B on Thursday and Friday. One of the things that when we looked at different models, and there's all kinds out there, they wanted to see the kids twice a week, not 1 day a week. And some of the school districts are doing 6 periods or 5 periods. They're only seeing the kids 1 day a week on one of those days. So it was looked at the committee saying that this is the best option. One of the challenges in doing this, as you can see, you still have the 80-minute session. So like, for instance, first period would start at 8 o'clock in the morning. Period 1 would start at 8 o'clock and go to 9:20, which is 80 minutes. Then there'd be only 15 minutes. Now, the challenge is there. We knew this all along, that the challenge would be, how do you clean a classroom 15 minutes? We knew, knowing that this could be changed and saying, okay, we need to have 20 minutes. But then the challenge comes, how do we keep the kids social distance outside the classroom? So we understand that cleaning of the classroom was a challenge. Social distance outside the classroom was a challenge. So there's many challenges in this still. How much time we leave between the classes. We talked about doing where you leave the seats in the room. So period 1 was sit in certain seats and period 2 was sit in other seats. So you'd have a period 1 seats and period 2, and then you disinfect before period 3. But then you would need more time because maintenance have to come around and clean the rooms. So disinfecting the room and safety and security of the kids is a big concern. Again, 80-minute periods because of SB 90 or because of SB 98. You have the challenges there. You still have to do the 80-minute periods for 3 periods, which equals 240 daily instructional minutes. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, this would be an example how you can go from the hybrid right away to the online. On this one, you have, and we've talked about it today. We put this together, and the committee really felt that, because we feel that as online, and one of the struggles with some of the teachers was the kids just aren't up and alive at, ready to go at 8 o'clock in the morning, or even 7:50 in the morning. So they said, why don't we do the conference collaboration before you start first period? So this would be an online schedule. Now, a couple of things that you look at and was recommended today was, why don't we do the collaboration from 7:50 for 70 minutes? and then do first period and put a conference periods at the end of the day. So classes would really start at 9 o'clock instead of 9:55, because some of the people felt that 9:55 was late to start a class. The kids in the afternoon, start wearing down. Because what Ms. Wolf is going to talk about is, what are the kids doing from 7:50, and what kind of support can we give them from 7:50 to 9:55? And Ms. Wolf's going to also talk about, what does that 80 minutes of instruction look like in a couple of minutes? Because there's concerns, how do we structure our classes in the 80-minute time period? That's a lot of time, and it is a lot of time. Again, the 120, it was a 2 class, it would be 120 minutes of instruction per class. So this was the happy medium, getting the 240 minutes of instruction in, status, fulfilling SB 98, and you'll see where the lunch is. So if we push the conference period at the end of the day, then you would do, for this one, you push everything up. So the lunch would be between second and third period, not first and second. You still end the day at the same time, but the conference period, the 55 minutes, we push to the end of the day. Again, this can be adjusted, but then if we came back, if we decide to go this at the beginning of the year, we can go right back in hybrid using the same, start of time of class, end of time of class. And one of the benefits of even doing this schedule would be, you would have first period, and then you could do second period with the kids sitting in different seats, if that would be allowed, because we're still looking at that. And then you would, for that 40 minutes, you disinfect the rooms, then you do third period, and then the classes would end at 1:50, and then the teachers would have their conference period for 55 minutes from 1:50 to 2:45. So that's how they can be adjusted, the times. Again, you can see how you can go from distance learning to online learning, and the schedules would not really change, okay? Now, Hillary's going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges, some of the concerns that you heard in the comments about 80 minutes and a kid being online for 240 minutes a day. We've already addressed a lot of that in our how we're going to develop the professional development to support the teachers. That doesn't mean they're online, doing direct instruction and lecturing for 80 minutes during the period. But Ms. Wolf's going to talk about that. Also, Ms. Wolf's going to talk about, what are the kids doing before the class and after the class, and what kind of tutoring support we're going to give the students. So we're going to go from professional development to the 80 minutes of instruction time, how that's going to be developed, support, how we're going to support teachers in that. As you can see in even the online, they have 55 minutes of conference period every day, and there's 70 minutes built in per day on professional development and collaboration time. That's 70 minutes every day, 55 minutes conference, 80-minute periods. There's a 15-minute passing period, or 10-minute, or I think it's a 10-minute break between classes. No, 15-minute break between classes. You go to in the second and third period. Again, they want to push that up. So really, you start at 9 o'clock. Okay, you can go back to that other slide. Okay, so Ms. Wolf, why don't you talk about the instruction, how that's going to be done, and also Ms. Echevarria and with the instructional coaches and Mrs. Wolf and other staff members from the schools have been really looking at giving professional development. They actually gave 30 hours of professional development prior and during the summer school session, and they've learned a lot from that. Now they're actually developing their professional development to support the teachers when school does start, in the 2 days of professional development that we'll be able to offer them before school starts. So Mrs. Wolf, why don't you take it from here?
Okay, thank you, Larry. So first I want to just say that everything that we're talking about was informed by input from lots of different sources. So first it was the Instructional Task Force Committee and their great work and research, from the surveys that Dr. Zuniga has put out, from anecdotes from what we've learned from the summer school teachers and the summer school facilitators. Also what we learned from the spring and doing surveys and outreach to the content specialists and the coaches during the spring. Also, we brought in a lot of research. We all did a lot of reading on best practices in pedagogy, and then trying to make sure that we were adhering to the Senate Bill 98 and the directives from the county and the state office. So a lot of different sources were put into play to create this. So when we're talking about instruction, we're talking on a distance learning plan, we're talking about synchronous instruction, asynchronous, and intervention. And synchronous just means that it's happening in real time. The SB 98 talks about daily 240 minutes of teacher supervised daily interaction with students. So we had to keep that in mind. And then SB 98 also asks, how are you providing interventions for students who are falling behind, as well as for your special populations and your language learners? So I want to reiterate that we're not talking about 80 minutes of straight lecture or one long PowerPoint. There's a lot of ways that this could happen. So I'm just going to run you through an example of how this could look in an 80-minute period. So you might start with a check-in question with your students, which would serve as both their attendance and also sort of that good things idea from Capturing Kids' Hearts. Get them acclimated to your setting, just a quick check-in. Do a wellness check with them. So just get a little sense of their emotional well-being and how they're doing. And then maybe start with a 5 or 10 minute video clip of something that's going to launch the lesson. Ask students to contribute their reaction or a prediction through a tool like Padlet. Then use breakout rooms for students to collaborate on a task, and then they come back and have the students share out. Then the teacher could use an interactive quiz through a Kahoot or something like that to check for understanding. Then release the students again into small groups or to do work independently. Have them submit something in writing through Google Classroom. While they're submitting their writing, the teacher can be providing immediate feedback and comments while they're drafting because they're in Google Docs. And then come back for a closing activity, which could be another Kahoot quiz or a reflection or feedback activity. You could assign reading or have them watch a video demonstration or work with a partner on a presentation that demonstrates your understanding and be ready to bring that back tomorrow. So that's just an idea of how a class could be structured. Now, obviously, this kind of lesson planning is going to take a lot of time, and it also requires having a different perspective about your curriculum. So the Instructional Task Force Committee was very forceful in their advocacy of providing collaborative time every day. And I agree with it, and I really think that it's a powerful way that we can, as Dr. Zuniga said, look at this schedule as an opportunity to get our teachers to collaborate in a real PLC situation. So during that collaboration time, which was built into both of those schedules, teachers would be able to take time to restructure their traditional pacing plan because they're going to have to condense their curriculum into smaller units, to build lesson templates, maybe find ways that they can address the 5 E's. That was something that worked well over the summer for our summer teachers. They need to be able to identify the materials that they're going to need, establish engagement and feedback strategies that are effective, and determine proficiency scales. How will students demonstrate mastery? Grading is going to look very different in this environment. And all the research says they need to be getting immediate feedback. So we can't wait for a 6-week progress report. We're going to have to be giving feedback all the time. So teachers should be able to collaborate regularly to also determine who needs additional support. And we're already working on how we could provide an intervention system that will allow teachers to assign students to tutoring for immediate targeted help, both in academics and in social emotional areas. So during that morning when the teachers are doing their collaborative time and their professional learning, students could be working with our Avid tutors or after school with Learn tutors, but it wouldn't be something that they get, it's voluntary. We would actually physically assign them. So we're starting to be able to provide that multi-tiered system of support. So because we're asking teachers to use lots of different tools, and they're all in different places in the technology continuum, which is something we learned over the summer. Some teachers are very tech savvy and some not as much. So we really wanted to include time for ongoing personalized professional learning. Some will need training on Google Classroom and Google Meet. Others are going to need training on presentation apps or quiz and collaboration tools, and the different ways that students can provide feedback. And since all of our curriculum will be digital, or most of it will be digital, some teachers may need to learn how to navigate some of the materials. They haven't used the online versions of their textbooks yet. And then how are they providing scaffolds or giving assessments in this environment as well? So having that common bell schedule will allow an opportunity for those singletons at each campus to have that time to collaborate as well. If they're all off in the morning, then they can be setting up time where the health teacher from every site has an opportunity to collaborate together. We are blessed to have the support that we have on campuses. We have TOSAs, we have instructional coaches, we have TTLs, librarians, and we're one-to-one. So I really feel like we are doing a disservice to our kids if we're not taking advantage of all of those resources and making sure that they are being used for the greatest impact of instruction for our students. And then finally, we wanted to make sure that teachers had office hours, which will give students time in the day to check in as needed, and teachers can use that time also to communicate with parents or to support intervention by checking in on tutoring. So next slide. One common concern that has come up multiple times is training. I think in the public comments even, some of the teachers said although they received 30 hours of training before summer school and did feel like it was very worthwhile, the feedback from those trainings was very positive, but they did feel like it was so fast and it was so much to learn that it was hard to transition immediately into planning lessons. So we really felt like personalized professional learning needed to be ongoing. It's just not going to work to do one and done in this setting. We wanted to honor the integrity of our teachers who want to do a good job for their students. And we want to also honor the fact that everyone has been through a trauma. I mean, we need to remember that these are human beings first, teachers and students and family. And we need to honor the fact that they've been through trauma and make sure that we're investing time in reacclimating people back to school in a very strange environment. So to do that, we really wanted to reestablish connectedness. So our committee has been also advocating for additional PD days. And Larry mentioned that the schedule was 9 weeks for fall 1 and 8 weeks for fall 2. And that's because what we're talking about in that first week of school would be a combination of welcome back activities, community building, getting teachers to start in the collaboration process, connecting with our families, and just bringing back everyone in a nice, slow transition so that they feel that connectedness again. So that first week for students could include welcome back activities to reestablish that connectedness, introducing some social emotional tools and habits of mind for them to navigate this new environment, introduce them to some peer groups or possibly a homeroom or advisory period so that they have a group of students that they're connecting with again. They've been so isolated. Have an opportunity to meet their admin, their counselors, their teachers, establish communication protocols and expectations for participation, grades, and walk the students through the technology. We just assume that they come knowing how to use a lot of these tools, but they don't. They don't always know. And we have to show them explicitly what the expectation is when they're using a digital platform, when they're in an online textbook. So all of that needs to take place, and that is instruction. That is the first week of orientation for students. In the meantime, we can also talk about the kinds of support that will be available and how they can access that. Families also need to be welcomed back and introduced to the bell schedule, the expectations, the technology, how will they reach out and get in touch with teachers and counselors. They need to know who to reach out to with questions or concerns and what will happen if our schedule changes. And then for teachers and staff, they're going to need a welcome back. They need orientations to a new schedule and the expectations for them in terms of the learning environment, the technology, student interaction and participation. and protocols for reaching out to families and working with their admin and support staff. Teachers need to start establishing collaboration protocols and start working together to adapt their curriculum to a different timeline, including how to provide scaffolds and supports for ELs and special populations. And they need training on technology that's differentiated to their skill level. So all of that, I just don't think it's possible to do in 1 or 2 days. And so that's why we really are advocating to include that professional learning time in the weekly schedule so that teachers have ongoing support and are able to collaborate and work together.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Any final thoughts? You're good to go?
I'm good.
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you. So board, bring to you a recommendation that I believe will validate what we have discussed, and looking at that data is that we begin the school year with distance learning schedule through October 16th. That is the end of term 1 of our 2-term fall semester. That we structure the learning schedule around Senate Bill 98 for compliance and accountability. That we provide professional development for teachers and staff, ongoing and prior. That we address the needs of our most vulnerable students, as Ms. Wolf mentioned. That we engage our families to address their needs as well, whether it's childcare, tutoring, social emotional services, as we've done throughout years and years with wraparound services. Provide remote learning opportunities for students on and off campus. And I'm very concerned with distance learning model when it comes to opportunities for kids, because you know that the equity is not there at home when it comes to a classroom or as compared to a classroom. So how do we provide support systems in place with students that need a place to work and study and learn from, and utilizing our partners, whether it's our campuses or outside our campuses, how we can provide that support to our students. That we monitor CDC and DPH data and recommendations for schools, and that we reassess schedule by September 25th. And we recommend a schedule for fall 2 by September 28th, whether we continue with hybrid based on this relevant data, or that we transition to the hybrid model and slowly and hopefully by spring, we can go back to traditional at some point. I want to be optimistic. I know that, as I mentioned to you, and you've heard this, that there's no perfect plan for fall, and we constantly continue to think and reimagine and even lose sleep over this. But we know that this idea addresses both the needs of our students, who I've mentioned to you, and as you can see from the results compared to their parents, they want to be on campus. And at least, almost 50% of them, over 50% of them would prefer being here at this time. But nevertheless, that we understand that we're in a pandemic at a high stake now. And we know that a month from now, we don't know where we're going to be at. And we're going to rely heavily on our health leaders and our county and state leaders to support us as we navigate through the fall season. Last but not least, I do want to make sure that everyone understands that there is accountability reporting as part of this process to the board consistently related to Senate Bill 98 and also our instruction plan. Senate Bill 98 has specific accountability systems in place. We must adopt a plan and present to the board prior to September 30th, including how we are accounting for minutes and also attendance. So that is critical in this plan, regardless if it's distance learning or a hybrid model, as we spoke in the last couple, 2 hours now. So at that, I'll leave it at any question that the board may have for all of us. I know that I've also invited the facilitators for our committees, for our task force, in case there's questions related to our plan.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you, staff, for your presentation. I appreciate the work that went into not only today's presentation, but also all the work that was provided by the task force. Dr. Zuniga and I have been in communication on a weekly, sometimes daily basis over the last few months. And I've been getting bits and pieces here and there as things have been coming in from the task force. So I know a lot of work has gone into it. And I'm sure my colleagues can attest to this, but we did receive a lot of input from our community in the forms of not only the public comment that came in today, but also emails and other forms of communication that came to us regarding returning to an in-class schedule hybrid model, of course, continuing the distance learning model. So thank you again for your presentation. At this time, I'm going to open it up to any questions. For my colleagues, I'm going to start down at the bottom here with Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you, President Briones. Not really a lot of questions. I do have some comments. I also want to thank everybody on the task force for all of the information, the input, the thought process that took place to put this plan together. Thank you to those that presented today. It's a lot of information. It's very heavy, right? There's so much info. So I just want to clarify, because I want to make sure that the public knows that by approving this plan, it comes with the caveat that we are going to be recommending distance learning when we start in the fall. So yes, we as a board, we have to approve a plan. The plan, I feel, is very well written. It gives us for like a plan A, plan B, and almost a plan C in regards to when numbers go down, maybe we're able to transition to, the hybrid, right, where it's part-time and part-time. But understanding that right now it is not safe. And so we want to honor that. We want to honor all the concerns of our staff, families, our students. And honestly, with all of the emails that we received, I don't know how anybody would think that we wouldn't keep our staff and students and families, as a top priority for safety and for their health to be well. And that is what we want. So again, I'm just wanting to ensure that, that people know that by us approving this first draft does not mean that we are going into hybrid mode. It means that we will, because the recommendation from the superintendent is, and from staff, is that we do go into distance learning or online learning for the fall. A recommendation that I did want to make, just because an hour and 20 minutes can be very long between classes, is there a way to extend that day to provide a 5-minute break inside of each class time? So they'll still receive their 80 minutes of instructional time, but within those 80 minutes, to be able to have a 5-minute break and be able to, get up, stretch. A couple of the times that I ended up turning off my camera, it was to stand up and stretch because it can be a long time and it's a lot mentally as well. So I would like to just bring that up to see if that is something that can be incorporated into that plan. And then I appreciate that 15 minutes in between time. So for me personally, I feel that 3 classes for the fall is feasible because they're only focusing on those 3 classes during those 8 to 9 weeks. So that's my 2 cents worth, but I do want to make sure that everybody knows that we are taking into consideration the health and safety of everyone involved.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. We'll take that and play around with the 5 minutes, how that looks like during the instructional day or break time.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. Mr. Padilla, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, just some comments. For me as a school board member, when I ran for office, one of the platforms that I had was student safety, and student safety. I've been in this job I've been an educator for 28 years, and at the end of the day, curriculum and instruction is important, but that will never come before safety. And so right now we have a safety issue in our hands with COVID-19. I had a parent come and tell me, Mr. Padilla, can you ensure that my child will not be infected with COVID if they go back to school? And I said, and she said, with certainty. And I said, you know what? I cannot. And she says, then I will not be sending my child to school. And as an elected official, as a school board member, as a leader that creates policy for the El Monte Union High School District, 1 of 5, I completely understand. I've got 2 children. One is 20, one is 21. And I always ask myself, if what would I want for my children when I send my children to school like this? And the answer right now is absolutely not. Maybe when we had our meeting the last month, I was probably more open to that hybrid model. But when I saw the numbers with the behaviors of not all people, but some people just going out there and behaving recklessly, not wearing a mask, not social distancing. I cringe when I see the news of some of the people that are having, parties at pools and of close proximity. We have yet to see those effects that are going to be coming. The science doesn't lie, regardless of what our current administration might think. Dr. Fauci, he is the scientist. He is the person that I look to when I'm going to make decisions. Also, Dr. Ferrer, they do have it on the table that we might have to have another shutdown. And why is that? Because of the behaviors. So right now, for me, as I have to make a decision on this board, it is a matter of life or death situation. And like that one teacher stated, the last thing I want is for a yearbook, numerous pages to be dedicated to the lives of teachers and children that were lost. With the current plan, also another thing before I get to that current plan, the ICUs that we have, we've already been warned, pre-warned and warned, and currently, I listened to the news today, and there was one city that only had 3 more beds in their ICU facility. That is scary. That is scary. I don't want to be sending all of our staff and our teachers to ICUs and our children. And even if they say that it's not affecting young people, or that the numbers are increasing, I would feel extremely guilty to know that I made a decision that contributed to these children ending up in an ICU facility. And so, California, Florida, Texas, Arizona, we all need to start listening to the science and behaving differently, because if we don't, it is gonna bring us to our knees. And I have seen many people cry because they've lost loved ones. It is real, and it's just appalling to me to hear people say that this is all a hoax, that it's not real, that it's made up, that COVID-19 is only as bad as the regular flu. That's just sad that there's people that are still out there. So the numbers don't lie, and I would be in favor of this plan, but I have a problem with this plan. I know that it says till October 16th and all that, and I know that might sound optimistic in terms of going 100% online up until October 16th, but I hate to say this, and I don't want to be a pessimist, but I really don't see this getting fixed up. We're going to be able to go into a hybrid model. So for me, until it is safe, where we get a grasp on this infection, or we get a shot or a vaccination that will 100% wipe this out, I am not in favor of a hybrid model for the entire next school year. I want 100% online. I want to thank the task force. I think the task force has been right there listening to the parents, the students, and I'm going to side with the teachers, with our students, with our community, with our healthcare experts, and with the science. And for that, I can only support a 100% online program for the entire year. And so this is a question for Dr. Zuniga. I know you have a date on there for October 16th for us to be online. What happens if the infection rate continues to be extremely high, and so forth? Will we continue on this for the entire school year? Dr. Zuniga.
Yes, sir. The measure of the date is the first term. So if, to answer your question, if it continues what we know now and what we see today, it'll continue online until the end of the fall semester.
Okay.
At that time, I would provide an update to you as far as our timeline to what the spring can be predicting as far as what's happening in the data that we see that you and I spoke about with the actual scientific data on COVID. You are correct, and I think we understand what you're saying. We can answer that.
Thank you for answering that. And basically what I'm saying is that Safety is more important than curriculum and instruction. Life is more important than curriculum and instruction. Life is more important than, any model that we can pick. And the way that we can protect our students is by having them be 100% online. I know this has been very tough for virtual education, or online education has been very difficult, for public education. But there are other institutions also in the educational field who have been doing it for many, many, many years, more so than we have, that do make it work. And does it mean we have to think outside the box? Yes. Does it mean that our cheese has been moved and that it's not going to be business as usual? Yes. But I think everybody feels that, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a child, whether you're an employee, a psychologist, a principal, everybody's life has been turned upside down. But we must reinvent ourselves, like you talk about, Dr. Zuniga. So thank you again to the task force. I cannot thank them enough. I'm indebted to them for their time away from their family. Even if it's online, their mind has to be concentrated on this such difficult task and problem that we're dealing with worldwide. So my hat goes off to all of those stakeholders that are there, whether you're a parent on the task force, a teacher, a student, an administrator. Thank you for all that you give to the Monte Union High School District.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Thank you. Mr. Diaz, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Board President. I want to start off echoing some of the sentiments of my colleagues, as well as thanking the staff and all the folks in the subcommittee for their time, energy, and sharing their expertise to create a plan considerate of the safety and well-being of our students, parents, and staff members. I want to thank Dr. Zuniga, Mr. Cecil, and Mrs. Wolf for your presentation today. Presentation today and putting together that 100+ page document that you all shared with us. So thank you for that. One of the recent conversations I had with Dr. Zuniga that's playing a role in my decision making for this is that as human beings, we're all going through this global pandemic together. And I recently attended a workshop titled The Grieving Workforce, a guide for leaders. And basically what that workshop talked about is, to uplift Hillary Wolf's comment about how we're all dealing with trauma during this time. So anxiety, depression, changes in behavior or mood, and really this pandemic is striking people similarly to what you would see folks experience with the loss of a loved one. And so really the need to have a human-centered approach and lead with compassion and empathy right now is really important. Some of the statistics that they shared, 70% of people nationwide are concerned about their physical health, 60% are concerned about their mental health, 2/3 of people say that they're anxious all the time, 8 in 10 will have a negative impact on mental health because of their pandemic. You have a 30% drop in productivity while processing grief. And so all those things coupled together are really not creating safe, healthy, productive environments for any of us. And so I think we really need a human-centered approach to our decision-making. And I really want to uplift Mr. Padilla's point about safety for students and families and our staff. I don't feel confident with anything that I've seen with respect to past practice being indicative of us being able to mitigate the transmission of COVID anytime soon. We know that not enough people are practicing some of the safer at home orders or social or physical distancing or wearing masks. And so I don't think that from now to 9 weeks, we're going to be able to resolve that when we haven't shown over the course of time, these last few months, that we're able to adjust to that. And so for me, I really do not want to test the resilience of our community members. I know we have a resilient community. However, we're already going through enough, whether it be housing or food insecurity, poverty, economic anxiety, burdens of air pollution, is already enough, and so to put in another layer of the anxiety of coming onto campus or having to choose between teaching or learning or your life, I don't think it's fair of us to do that. However, I do want to acknowledge the harm caused by people not coming onto campus and interacting directly with folks, receiving instruction in person, social, physical, and mental. However, I don't want to cause the harm of losing a child, one of our staff members or loved ones or stakeholders when we have the option before us to go online only. And especially Dr. Zuniga, when you've highlighted we were ahead of the curve, right, in many respects with the Wi-Fi's that we were able to share for hotspots, with the laptops being provided to every student. And so for me, I'm really wanting to see us move in a direction where we would go online only, not only for the 9-week that's being recommended, but the entire fall semester. And so, Mr. Board President, I know that we'll still need to receive comments from yourself and Mr. Salcedo. However, I would like to present the motion to approve the distance learning approach online only 100% for the entire fall timeline, with direction to refine the distance learning plan with some of the input that we've heard today. So, you know, some of the considerations were around racial equity, social emotional learning. I like the things around making some of the classes available to some students that aren't on that select campus or enrolled in that select campus, the capturing kids' hearts, the co-teaching, and embedding the breaks that Mrs. Morgan uplifted. So I'm going to close with that. But again, to recap, my motion to my colleagues is to move to approve the distance learning approach online only for the entire calendar year.
Okay, I'll take the motion when discussion has ended. Mr. Salcido, any comments or excuse me, Mr. Diaz, does that conclude your comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salcido, any comments or questions?
Yes. Well, that was tough to follow, Mr. Diaz. You covered a lot of what I was going to say. You know, it's easy to tell which way we're gonna, you know, where everyone's leading, and you know, echoing the sentiments of my colleagues here, safety is paramount. But I do want to first say that I want to thank the task force who took a lot of time to develop a really nice plan, pretty comprehensive. I want to thank Larry Cecil, Ms. Wolf, Dr. Zuniga for all of their time for their presentation. It was a well thought out plan. I know Mr. Diaz touched on the mental health aspect, the trauma, and which is where I was going to go as well. But I also had a second point, so I'm going to not talk about that. But, you know, being that there was such a huge interruption in the instruction to our students, how are we going to address the learning loss? I know that, I mean, I have 2 kids of my own who are in our high schools. You know, I see what they're going through, but the motivation, the loss of instruction, how are we addressing that? Is that solely going to be during the conference period, or are we setting up different tutoring times? Just your thoughts on that?
I can take that.
Sure.
So in terms of the learning loss, we've been recommending that first week back with where it's PD time and orientation activities to also include some readiness assessments for students. Not necessarily because we want to place them that way, but just so that our teachers are coming in armed with the understanding of where our students are and where they're going to need to start. The other thing I've been telling our teachers, which I know is hard to hear and it's hard even for me to think about, is to just really be thinking about 1 week at a time, because they really have to be responsive to the needs of their students. And my vision for that weekly collaboration is that they're spending time assessing the students immediately, giving immediate feedback, and then by Friday, they've identified the 5 or 6 kids or more who need immediate interventions, whether that's social emotional interventions or academic interventions. And we're already working on a system. I've been talking to Mr. Leon about this actually just today, and also Ms. Alvidrez today, about how can we make this a unified system so that students are identified and then assigned to a tutor, a counselor, you know, making sure that those supports are in place as part of the process. And we've already scheduled a meeting next week to have a bigger conversation about that.
Perfect. And I do like what you were saying, the idea of, identifying the learning loss the first week. And you're right, it's going to have to be week by week. If it's not addressed early, that gap, that learning loss is only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, right?
Yeah.
And so I mean, I'm trying to take an instruction approach. I mean, we all know that in the last 2 weeks, everything has turned upside down. I get it. And there's no way that I would send a kid back to school right now. The same as my other colleagues. But, the one thing I like about this plan also is that it gives us flexibility, the way it's written, to go term by term, right? And if the situation continues to be worse, then we stay on a distance learning model. So I do like that. So those are all my comments, Mr. Briones.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido. To Mr. Diaz's point regarding the motion he intends to make, I wanted to ask Dr. Zuniga, do you have any concerns about adopting this model either for the entire fall semester or even throughout the entire 2020-2021 school year?
I base my decision on, when I think of schools, I think of kids. So I really paid close attention to a lot of conversations I've had with students and looking at that data and the understanding that they need us, they need our schools, they need our campuses, they need athletics, they need co-curricular. That cannot happen under these conditions. But I've always been optimistic that if we turn it around and there is a measuring period, and I think Mr. Diaz and I discussed it, that we have to have a measuring period about what triggers that ongoing distance learning or what would trigger a transition to hybrid. And I really felt that it provides our kids hope. Even our families said, 2 weeks ago, they were comfortable to bring back our kids with such model in place. We have to understand that over the last 2 weeks, this has happened. But what happens 2 months from now? What happens a month from now? And although I believe what Mr. Diaz is saying as far as this is going to take some time, is we have to have measurements in place and frequently have conversations with the board about where we're at and also allow an opportunity to come back and regroup. So if we don't do that and we go distance learning 100% the entire year, it's hard to hold everyone accountable if there's a thing that's already set for the entire school year. And I feel that this gives us a time frame about where we need to be at, what we can do, and then regroup or continue. So it goes both ways. I'm pleased with this plan because it allows us to have that flexibility, as Mr. Salcedo mentioned. But I also understand the extreme concern that the safety and health of our students and staff members is our utmost priority. And if we can't have the funding to support PPE for the year, if we can't have things that our budget allows for, then that's going to create challenges too. But also keep in mind that online is going to be new to everyone, and that we haven't even, right now I've asked the subcommittees to think about what it's going to cost for each item through distance learning or hybrid, and we haven't not budgeted for that. So how are we going to now look at that and say, here's our budget for this, and then revisit this with the board about where we're heading fiscally with the school year. So there's a lot of implications, and I do not want to discredit the health and safety of the utmost priority, but that gives us some measurement throughout the school year. And I think that was just my idea and thought in finalizing my recommendation today. And I thought this over the weekend a lot, and I paid attention to the surveys last night and also having conversations. So I just wanted to, just share those comments alongside the support that the board already has said.
Thank you. I'm not entirely opposed to adopting an online-only model for the entire fall semester, or even potentially all the way into spring. My concern, though, is if we take a one-size-fits-all approach and just say for the entire year, and through some miracle, a vaccine is developed or some mitigating therapeutic something comes up, and it allows society to return to some sense of normalcy, everybody will have that mentality of we're on distance learning until the end of the school year. So I'm okay with taking it time, one term at a time, where it comes back. And really the reason why I say this is because it'll come back to us as a board, and we can receive updates, continue to evaluate, and then make the determination whether we continue with online distance learning, whether we switch to a hybrid model, or again, through some miracle, if we're able to return to an in-campus instruction model again. So I'm not opposed to the idea of using this model the entire fall or the entire school year. I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a manner that's reporting back to the board so that we can reassess as necessary without giving people a piece of information, whether it's our families or our students, that they interpret to mean the entire year is set and nothing else will change. Because the last thing that I want is for us to say, adopt a motion today that we're going to go with online distance learning for the entire school year. And in the spring, after we return from winter break, there's a change and we need to bring everyone back because we're able to, or we need to switch to a hybrid model. And that information either doesn't get to the families and our students, or it's not interpreted correctly and we don't have those students returning to us. So here's what I'm going to do. And that's all my comments on this particular item. I do want to thank everyone again for all of their input. Both the task force and the administration, our faculty and staff, and also the community who reached out through public comments and the emails that they sent. What I'm going to do now is I will make the first motion to adopt the recommendation as is, which is to begin the school year with a proposed distance learning schedule, distance learning through October 16, 2020, which is the end of term 1 for fall. And have staff continue to monitor CDC and DPH data and recommendations and reassess the schedule by September 25th, and then recommend a schedule, either continue with the distance learning model, a hybrid model, or in-class instruction model to the board by September 28th for adoption. So that is my motion at this time. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Salcido.
Mr. Briones,
Yes, sir.
at what point can I enter a substitute motion?
That's what I was getting to now. So now at this point, if you'd like to make your substitute motion, and please make it as clear as possible so that we all understand.
Yes, I'd like to motion for us to move to online only. So that being the distance learning approach through the rest of the calendar year, not the school year.
So that would be through the end of the fall semester.
Correct.
Okay, so that is your motion.
I
Is there
I would like to second the motion for online learning 100% for the 2021 school year as Mr. David Diaz proposed.
So sorry, Mr. Padilla, I couldn't hear you. I heard the first part of your second.
Yes, I second Mr. Diaz's proposal of 100% virtual learning or online learning for the 2020-2021 school year.
So just to clarify, Mr. Diaz's motion is just for the fall semester.
Correct. Calendar year.
The calendar year, not the entire school year.
Come back to me, Mr. Briones.
Okay, so you want to retract your second?
No, I don't want to retract my second. No.
Okay, so you want to second the motion. Okay, so
Yes.
the motion has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you will take a roll call vote on the motion on the table.
Okay, so we'll start off with Mr. Padilla. Call for the vote, Mr. Padilla.
Which are you voting on, on the Briones's and Carlos's?
Mr. Diaz's motion.
I'm an aye.
Okay, Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
No.
Ms. Morgan,
No?
Mr. Briones.
No.
Okay, the vote is 2 yeses and 3 nos.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zuniga. So the motion failed. So now we go back to the original motion, which is staff's recommendation to begin with distance learning through October 16, 2020, which is the end of term 1 for fall. recommend a schedule for fall 2 by September 28th, 2020 to the board. It was moved and seconded by myself and Mr. Salcedo. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Yes. Mr. Padilla?
No.
Mr. Diaz?
I mean, yes. I mean, there's a
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Mr. Briones?
Yes.
4 yeses and 1 no. No, Mr. Padilla?
Thank you. So the motion is carried. So just so everyone who's watching on the stream right now, so it's clear to everyone, the board has now adopted a distance learning schedule for the 2020-2021 fall term 1 through October 16th, 2020. The district will continue to monitor CDC and DPH data and recommendations and reassess the schedule by September 25th and recommend a schedule for fall 2 by September 28th, 2020. So at least for the first term of the fall, we will be continuing with an online only distance learning model. So thank you everyone again for all your input and all your hard work. I know Dr. Zuniga and your staff, you will continue with the task force and continue to monitor the situation as it evolves and provide updates to the board. So with that, we will move on to item number 2. On our regular agenda, consider approval of service agreement between the Almani Union High School District and YTRI LLC to provide resiliency curriculum and professional development. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
I saw Mr. Padilla made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 3, consider approval of resolution number 1-20/21 for Asian Pacific Islander API anti-discrimination. I move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 4, consider approval of resolution number 2-20/21 supporting Proposition 16. I will move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Any discussion? Sorry, I forgot to ask on the last item. So any discussion on item number 4? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you're called for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Vote 5-0.
Thank you. Motion is carried. Item number 5, consider approval of resolution number 3-20/21 urging Rio Hondo Community College District to call for an election to fill the board seat vacated by trustee Norma Edith Garcia. I move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion on the item?
Just a question. Why do we need to urge them? They know that she's leaving. I'm sure the board's smart enough to know they have to, have the election or fill that position. Why is this needed?
So to provide some background on this, former trustee Garcia resigned her seat last week on Wednesday, the 8th at 11:59 p.m. The reason she resigned is because she was appointed by the LA County Board of Supervisors as the newest director of the Los Angeles County Department of Parks and Recreation and the Regional Open Space District. So she felt that she would not be able to continue to fulfill her duties as a trustee with Rio Hondo. Now, the reason why this resolution is before us tonight is because the Board of Trustees has the authority to appoint somebody to fill the remaining time of that term. To provide some background for everyone, prior to Rio Hondo College District moving to trustee areas, El Monte had no representation on the board. And once the community college district moved to trustee areas, there was a trustee area, area 1, that was carved out specifically for the city of El Monte. Up until that point, the majority, if not all, of the board trustees were elected from within the city of Whittier or neighboring areas. It wasn't until there was a move to trustee areas that guaranteed an area just for El Monte. If you look at the maps for the trustee areas for Rio Hondo Community College, 4 of the trustee areas, areas 2, 3, 4, and 5, all include some portion of the city of Whittier. Trustee area 1 is the only trustee area that does not include the city of Whittier. So for the other trustee areas 2 through 5, all of the trustee members there are elected from within the city of Whittier. That's where they reside, even though they represent other communities like South El Monte, Pico Rivera, South Whittier, Los Nietos, Santa Fe Springs. The trustees are actually all from Whittier. This is the only trustee area that does not cover any portion of Whittier and has historically been for a representative for El Monte. So this resolution is basically our school board, our board of trustees, adopting a position asking the Rio Hondo Community College Board of Trustees call for an election as opposed to appointing somebody to allow the residents from this area, from trustee area 1, to elect their representative for the remainder of this term. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, the item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
No.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The vote is 4-1. Mr. Padilla, say no.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 6, consider approval of resolution number 4-20/21, recognizing social injustice. I'd like to move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Yes.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 7, discuss, review, and revise the district's board policies and administrative regulations 5000 series, first reading. Are there any comments or questions on this item? Mr. Diaz?
No, sir.
Mr. Padilla?
No.
Mr. Salcido?
None.
Mrs. Morgan?
Sorry, my questions were answered.
Thank you. And I have no questions on this item either. Okay, so now we're moving on to board communications and roundtable. This is a time for us to bring topics or issues to be brought forward for future agenda items or to provide any communication from a trustee member. I'll start with Mr. Padilla tonight.
Again, I just want to give thanks to the task force for all the work that they've done. And then I want to publicly thank everybody who took the time to express their public comment through an email. So thank you to Elizabeth Pineda, Richard Heileman, Chris Maitland, Alyssa Wright, Samantha Clark, Lori Olson, Mimi Lupercio, Noe Mendares, Daisy Aguilar, Selena Camargo, Kristen Martinez, Luis Guzman, Nicholas Conca, Daniel Flores Huerta, Millie Chen, Adriana Barbara, Stephanie Velasquez, Miguel Lamberos, Gabriela Gasca, Alison Martinez, Arturo Toscano, Vanessa Salazar Castillo, Alfredo Salazar, and Laura Gutierrez. Thank you for your public comment, and thank you for engaging in your local school district. And I apologize that it has to be virtually. I would have loved to have heard you in person, but considering the situation, it's the best that we can do right now. So thank you so much. Also, I know some of the people that wrote might have written something that was extremely long. And I know that I kind of made a comment towards Mr. President, Mr. Briones, that I did not want to summarize. And the reason that I say that is I'm very critical when it comes to public speech. And I know that we have a 3-minute limit, that as a school board, we do have the authority to override that and allow people to come and express themselves with however many words it takes. I mean, we are the school board, and this is what we signed up for. And I know sometimes we're concerned that we don't get more people that get involved in coming to school board meetings. But then when they come and we limit it and we try to summarize, that just bugs me and it sets the wrong precedent for me. I don't know where my colleagues are, and I know that Mr. Diaz and I in the past kind of had a little tidbit that one day when I was asking too many questions when it came to the issue of a regular agenda or consent agenda, and he asked the question and told legal counsel if a board member had the authority to do that or had the right to do that, and legal counsel replied that yes, if a board member does, they can ask as many questions as they want because there is no policy that limits a board member. And I remember very distinctly expressing to Mr. Diaz, I'm like, the fact that I'm an elected official and the fact that I'm a school board member does not mean that I give up my First Amendment right at the door. And I remember distinctly telling him, don't go there, Mr. Diaz, because you're walking down a slippery slope. And he told me, he's like, I didn't mean to, suppress your speech, Mr. Padilla. So I was glad he made that clarification. So my point being, when somebody comes to speak, if it's long, well, so what? To what? So what? Too bad. You signed up to be an elected official, and you have to listen to everything that the public has to say. And so those are just my 2 cents. And again, yes, we have a 3-minute rule, but we are the board. We can override that and say, we want to listen to you. And I think that as elected officials and as school board members who sometimes cry that we don't have enough participation, then we should let them speak with however many words it takes. That's all for today, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mrs. Morgan?
My question is going back to the learning model. Will there be talk or some presentation in regards to accountability, ensuring that our students are like, what kind of accountability are we going to have for both our students as well as our teachers? We want to ensure, we are keeping everyone's safety as a priority for us. And yet the flip side to that is to ensure that our students are going to be receiving the education that they deserve, just as if they were in person. So I'm not sure if there's, any thoughts as to how we will be able to do that. What kind of measures we would have to ensure that, that our students are learning. One of the reasons why I wanted to stick with the smaller timeframes for reevaluation is because I think it also gives us the time to see how things are going within those, 8 weeks, and gives us the time to evaluate and see, okay, are there any changes that need to be done? What's not happening in the classroom right now? And that's the only reason I think I probably would have also supported a full-on fall, but I really feel that the flexibility to be able to evaluate gives us that opportunity. So that's the reason why I want to stick with that. The other thing that I wanted to ask is, what are the talks or thoughts about services that we will provide for students in which parents have to work? I get it that our students are high schoolers, but many of them might have younger children as well. And that is actually the reason why I did not want a full-on year of online learning, because we're taking for granted that that we're assuming that parents are going to be home, and parents are going to have to work at some point. So, what are we looking at to be able to provide those types of services for those students that need to be somewhere and maybe at home is not the best place for them? So what are the plans for that? So I think those are the things that I would like to get some feedback on.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. We can provide that feedback through your Friday updates, or have a plan before our next board meeting to provide overview of some of the things we're working on alongside the task force. We also keep in mind that Senate Bill 98 requires the state superintendent to work with the California Department of Education to develop a template specifically to identify the continuity of learning for students and how each school district will account for that. Also included in that plan must have an attendance plan for each school district. So both the learning continuity and attendance must be brought forward to the board prior to September 30th, alongside the work that we will do with the association at the table. We will talk about the effects of the adopted learning plan that the board approved tonight. That's something that we would negotiate and look at between both parties as far as the effects of the actual plan itself for both teachers and everyone else involved. So we have started these conversations and look forward to sharing more information with you in the near future. But we do have the state plan that's being developed now. LACO will provide a guidance and overview regarding that template, and then provide us enough time to seek information and bring it to the board before September 30th. I'm anticipating that we would need 2 board meetings in September because of this plan, since our plan, September is our first wet meetings are the first week of September, which may not provide us enough time for, I believe there's also a public hearing involved in this plan as well, and we would have to bring that to you too. So just a couple of thoughts, first initial thoughts that I've had, but we have taken note of some of the things that you're interested in regarding what support system would be in place for students that may be at home alone, and also the accountability regarding instruction. And also I would include attendance as well.
Yeah. One other thing too is as far as our meals to be in feeding our students. Are we looking at keeping it at only 3 high schools, such as we've done over the last few months, or are we thinking about providing meals at every high school so that the students can go specifically to their schools?
We have currently have 3 schools. We reassessed that at the end of the spring semester to identify areas. So we moved one from South El Monte to Mount View. I'd like to engage our K partners to make that decision before we do any planning, because we share families, and I believe some families have the opportunity to be closer to one of the elementary schools than the high schools, which allow us to kind of mobilize about where we can service more of students that are in need based on the demographics, or not demographics, but based on the actual areas of our homes and our population of students.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any further items, Mrs. Morgan?
No, that'll be it for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. For me, I think I just want to highlight a couple things. Again, I wish that we would have gone with the full fall semester. However, recognizing that we want to have time to evaluate, I really don't think we're going to be in a position, where COVID is going to decrease to meet some of the criteria that we're looking at, particularly in our area because of many issues. However, something that I've mentioned in the past or wanted to see included is the use of outdoor classrooms and facilities to the best extent possible, because we know that outdoor transmission is a whole lot less likely. And so when looking over the plan, the 100+ page plan, I'm currently looking at under operations and facilities, the only mention I see of outdoor classrooms is under social distancing in classrooms. And it says evaluate use of multi-purpose spaces for instruction purposes. So I think, I would be interested in, probably by the next board meeting is learning more about what's the feasibility of us actually having outdoor classrooms available for our students. If we're going to go to a blended model, the second half of this fall semester, I think that would be one point of interest. The second thing, Mr. Briones, is that I know that it's been referenced in the past that CIF is going to make a decision on sports July 20th, if not maybe already, Dr. Zuniga? No, not yet, right?
Yeah, not yet. Monday, I believe, would be the announcement for athletics for the fall.
July 20th, right?
Yes.
And so again, if we're not going to have students on campus, or if CIF is not going to be able to, it's not going to authorize sports, which I don't think they should. I mean, again, with COVID, we have an opportunity before us to do some capital improvement projects that we've been looking to do. And so I know that like schedule and use was an issue before. And so if CIF is going to authorize or not authorize sports for the fall, I think we need to look at the very next board meeting what our capital improvement plan is going to be, and if we have an opportunity to do some of the improvements that we wanted to see on some of the fields within our high school district. So those are my two items. The first one being what's the plan, or what's the evaluation measures for outdoor classrooms at each of our campuses, and the second one is for us to talk about our capital improvement plan for the fall, given if there are no sports this calendar year.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mr. Salcido, do you have any items?
No items for the next board meeting. Just a big thank you to everyone who participated today, all the hard work from staff. Like other colleagues have mentioned, we did receive quite a bit of email, pro and against distance learning. But it takes a lot of time for people to do this kind of outreach. I personally read every single email, and so I appreciate the input, and just want to let everybody know that it's very well received, and I do take it all into consideration. So I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido. Just a couple items for me. First, I wanted to say, Happy Independence Day to everybody. I know it's been a very difficult and trying time, a very tumultuous year, both health-wise as well as social justice-wise. And I think Independence Day gives us an opportunity for some very deep introspection for all of us. That being said, I hope you were able to at least enjoy a little bit of time with your families, social distancing at home, maybe go outside and have a barbecue. But, those of you who have been working, at least if you had an extended time off, you're able to enjoy yourselves. I did see that we did have fireworks sales. I wanted to congratulate Mr. Salcido and the Bobby Salcido Memorial Foundation for hosting a fireworks stand this year. Even during COVID, they're out there raising funds for our students. So I want to say thank you for everything that you do and everything that the foundation does. I wanted to also echo something Mr. Salcedo said right now regarding the emails that we receive, the communication that we receive. I also read every single email that I receive from anybody, as a board member. And given some time, I do respond to them. I did respond to every email that came in regarding the distance learning or the return to school item today. And so I do appreciate all of the input that was provided by everyone, both via email, via phone calls, via public comment, however it was, because we do want to get everyone's input. And I really want to thank the task force that came together. Last I spoke to Dr. Zuniga about the task force, he shared that there were about 55 or 60 individuals who are participating from all sectors of our school district. So I want to say thank you to them, and really just thank you to our entire school district, our instructional staff, our faculty, our support staff, our nutrition staff, administration, and my colleagues on the board for all your hard work during COVID-19. It's cliche to say it, it's unprecedented times, but that's our reality. Particularly right now when we see the numbers increasing, which leads me to my next comment. The reason we see a lot of these numbers increasing is because folks just aren't taking this seriously. All of the hard work that we put in back in March, beginning in March, when we went to online distancing for the schools and there was a safer at home order throughout the state, all that's for naught at this point because folks just aren't listening. I've seen a lot of people, both in person and on social media, out and about, like if there's nothing going on, not wearing masks, not social distancing, going and visiting folks who they don't live with. I've seen photos of elected officials from our area out cavorting at pool parties with other individuals that they don't live with when they should be social distancing and wearing a mask. And unfortunately, a lot of those folks who are not taking this seriously bring that disease back into our community. And the reason why the numbers are so high in communities like El Monte is because this is a working class community. And a lot of the jobs that our community members have are essential, they're essential employees, or they work in sectors that are not enforcing a lot of the social distancing. They're taking advantage of a lot of the employees, and because they don't offer medical benefits and there's a lack of access to healthcare in this area, folks get sick and they can't afford to take time off. They can't afford to go be seen by a doctor, which then causes them to get sicker, end up in the hospital, perhaps infect other family members or other community members. And that's why we're seeing such high numbers. I really want to drive the point home to everyone, not just in these communities here, but throughout LA County and the state. You have to take this seriously. Things are not going to get better in the time being while we're waiting for therapeutic treatments or a vaccine. They're only going to get better if we social distance from one another, and if we practice the physical distancing and washing our hands and making sure that we're following the CDC guidelines and the Department of Public Health guidelines, because there's no cure for this disease right now. Some people get extremely sick, some people don't, and those that do get sick, those are the ones that we focus on. But for every person that does get sick, that does end up in the hospital, in the emergency room, on a ventilator, there are dozens of other individuals who get sick, who don't end up in the hospital, but still place a strain on our public health system and still require assistance or treatment or a multitude of things. And so those are the unseen impacts on our communities and our society. So I really want to drive it home to everyone. Don't go out and spend time with people that you don't live with. Make sure that you're practicing that physical distancing. Make sure that you're washing your hands, and really just take this seriously. So with that, I want to, again, just say thank you to everyone. And I look forward to having these continued conversations with folks as time progresses. And hopefully we do see some good news in the near future about treatment or a vaccine. Dr. Zuniga, do you have any items that you'd like to bring up?
I just have one, Mr. Brill. This pertains to the board. I know that things are going to be different this fall, and the annual CSBA conference is ahead. In planning, if you can please just let me know. You don't have to tell me today, but let me know what your decision is with the annual conference. I know there's an option for a virtual conference. Also, as far as I know, it's still scheduled person conference too as an option. And if you just let us know, so that way we don't lose touch about reservations, or if necessary, for you guys to provide your options, any of the opportunity you would wish to partake in and participate in. Okay. Again, just let me know as soon as possible. I'll try to be in touch with you anyhow by the end of the week, so that way we can move on and then make the decision, and then that we not have to worry about this moving forward and not lose touch on the TSBA conference. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Okay, at this point, we are going to recess into closed session. Legal counsel, welcome back, Christine. Christine Sue, who's our general counsel, is back from maternity leave. Welcome back. If you could read us into closed session.
Yes, will do. Closed session items tonight are as follows. Item A is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Employment, Principal of El Monte High School. Item B is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employment, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Item C is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Labor Negotiations for EMUA. And item D is also pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Labor Negotiations for CSEA Chapter 11. And I don't know if we have any public comments on any of the closed session items tonight.
We do not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. So at this time, we will recess. We'll take a short 5-minute recess. So we'll reconvene in closed session at 8:03. And then we'll report out once we've gone through our closed session items. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. At this point, we are going to reconvene into regular session of the Board of Trustees. Legal counsel, if you can report out from closed session, please.
Thank you. Reporting out from closed session for item A, the board appointed Eddie Cuevas as principal of Omani High School by a vote of 5-0, and that's effective July 16th, 2020. For item B, no action was taken. For item C, no action was taken. And for item D, no action was taken.
Thank you, Christine. With that, I want to say a couple of things. One, welcome back, Christine. It's nice to see a familiar face again. Please give our thanks to Armene for all her assistance in your absence. Secondly, I want to wish Dr. Zuniga a happy birthday in 3 hours.
Thank you.
And a belated birthday to Mr. Salcido, who aged up on the 9th last week. So happy birthday and happy belated to you both. And lastly, I will be adjourning tonight's meeting in the memory of all those individuals who have passed away from COVID-19, as well as any individuals who have been impacted or have had family members who have been impacted by COVID-19. I want to encourage everyone to practice physical distancing, to make sure that you're wearing your masks when you're out in public or in the presence of individuals that you do not live with, and to take this pandemic seriously, because it is a serious thing. So everyone, please stay safe. Please have a wonderful rest of your night and have a wonderful evening. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.